Okay, good morning, Council. Staff? Yes. I've seen a few faces yet, but we'll just give it a minute. Just Councillor Thompson, and I know he was on because I heard him ask me to get this meeting over by noon, and I will do my very best, Councillor Thompson, to get this meeting over by noon. As soon as you light up your screen, we'll start it. There he is. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I can confirm that we have quorum and we have everyone present other than Councillor Weeb, who's on vacation. I will ask Councillor Stone if he will read the land acknowledgement statement today.
Happily. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thanks for that. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, September 29th, 2021 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Your Worship. 6.1.5B, I have a conflict due to business reasons.
Okay, and I don't see any paperwork on that, but you'll get something to the clerk for that?
Yeah, I just got it from, and I've just printed it, so I'll shoot it back.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Two confidential corp report 2021-71 and confidential corp report 2020-63.
Okay, and I do see the paperwork on that, so thank you. Council, the CAO has asked that we get a picture of our sea of orange shirts today. So we'll do that before we go any further. And Madam CAO, did you want staff in orange to light up for this as well, or?
Thank you, Worship. If we can just do a picture of council, we already have taken pictures of staff with their orange shirts. So I see that Mr. Haynes has removed his photo. So if you can just give us a couple seconds with a great smile, we'll take a picture.
So tilt your screen so you can see orange. Councillor Fitzgerald, I can't see any of your orange. There, that's better.
Your Worship, we can't. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, so we'll just take a few pictures. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. We have no invited presentations today, but we do have a deputation, and that is Mr. Peter Haynes from the Muskoka Hornets baseball. And Peter, you can now come back onto the screen.
I think they did that on me. I didn't do it myself. So someone turned me off.
Then somebody may have to turn you back on.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint?
I do have a PowerPoint. It was included in your agenda items that went out to council, but I will just talk to a couple of particular slides in that document and leave the rest for review.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Terziano and Council of Huntsville, for the opportunity to spend a couple minutes talking about minor baseball in Muskoka and a couple of asks that we have of council. I want to just start. I'm going to ask council to look at page number 2 of this document. And again, as I mentioned a second ago, I'll leave the balance of the document for your review and just focus on the highlights here in the time that I have available. Just a quick review of the Muskoka Hornets baseball program. We cover minor baseball throughout the Muskoka region, run travel teams, 6 travel teams that play out of each of the communities, Huntsville and Bracebridge in particular. and had about 180 kids in our house league program this year, which we were very pleased to be able to run given COVID. And our finals day is on Saturday. And it's been, by all accounts, a great season. Very, very proud of our volunteers and our organization for the season that we've had and the continued interest in baseball and growth of baseball in the community. We have a couple interesting developments I think council should be aware of. As you will be familiar through, say the Otters in hockey, the level of play for the Otters program is double B, and therefore not at the highest level in Ontario. So oftentimes some of the top players in the Otters program will have to travel south to Toronto or to Orillia and play for the Predators in order to play at the top level. This has been a problem in Muskoka and other neighboring regions in baseball as well. So we have partnered with the community of Orillia and Midland Penetang to create an elite baseball level program for kids that are 15 and up, called the Northern Elite Osprey. We've had some press on that recently. I think it's an important development to help keep our top talent in our communities all the way through their minor baseball journey. And it's not to say that we lost a lot of kids through the Hornets to other programs, but we will in the future if we do not have the opportunity for kids to play at the highest level in our community. So that's a very positive development. The first team for the Osprey will start up in the year of 2023. Teams will be picked next fall. Secondarily, there's a new high school academy called the Muskoka Outlaws, which started up in Bracebridge this fall, and the students are boarding in community houses mostly in the Bracebridge area. There are 15 kids on the team from all over Canada, 3 or 4 from Muskoka, the balance from other provinces. And again, the idea there is to prepare high-level baseball kids for their journey after post-secondary school. The Outlaws just started in September. All the kids go to Bracebridge High School, and they, after each day, they bus over to Kerr Park, and they're playing games every weekend. And starting in the winter, they'll start traveling to the U.S., assuming that the borders reopen. And again, these are positive developments for our community footprint in terms of baseball, both at the program level as well as at the highest level. The renovation that was completed last year, I want to just spend a moment. I think we had something like 400 rental hours on the Diamond this year, and probably have the best perspective on how the Diamonds have behaved post-renovation. I just want to tell council, I couldn't be more proud of the facility as it stands right now. The Diamond surface, which was a major bone of contention, is as good as any we've played on. The other work that was done there, particularly the lighting on Diamonds A to C, as well as the work to improve the dugout area and the fencing. I can't say enough positive things about where that facility is at. There is a minor drainage problem between Diamonds A and B, but other than that, the facility is great and handles inclement weather very well. I did want to remind council that when phase 1 of the renovation took place a few years ago, there was an agreement to stage the renovation into 2 phases. There is a second phase, and I can't remember if it's 2023 or 24 when council will revisit the other items that were not completed in phase 1. That included lights on Diamond F, which I must tell you is extremely important given safety concerns we have with the lighting there now. Warning tracks on each of the diamonds, and potentially an irrigation system, and bullpens for Diamond F, the larger diamond. So those were issues I think that were tabled and would be part of phase 2. I just want to remind council that was agreed upon, I think, when the renovation plan was completed back a few years ago, and just make sure that doesn't fall off the radar. So speaking of the diamonds, we do have a couple of asks. And if I can ask council to move forward to slide number 15, where I have my specific asks of council. I'll start with the diamond names. When we drive into the McCully, call it McCully, because that's Bob McCully's name. Bob McCully was heavily involved in the building of the facility back in the late 80s, along with a gentleman, Robertson, who not a lot of people can remember. But there were other people that were very involved back then, namely Stan Remington, who many of you know who's in the Hall of Fame in Huntsville and as both a builder and an athlete. Stan was instrumental in the building of McCully, the facility, and ran the fastball program for the last 30 or 40 years. He is a legend in the community. And I believe that our diamond names, which are currently A, B, C, and F, over time, I think each diamond should have a name that reflects an individual in our community that means a lot to baseball locally. And I would respectfully request that council consider renaming Diamond A after Stan Remington. And then secondarily, Diamond F, which is our hardball diamond. As many of you know, I've spent a lot of time trying to promote George Selkirk in the community. George Selkirk was born in Huntsville. There was an article in the National Post recently about George Selkirk's history and specifically his time and his family's time in Huntsville. His grandfather ran the first drawbridge, the rotating bridge, as you know, in the middle of town. His father was the mortician in Huntsville. His grandfather married a Hunt, so from the founding fathers of the community. And George was born here, lived here for 8 or 9 years, ultimately relocated to the U.S. and became a great baseball player, went on to be an all-star twice and win 5 World Series for the New York Yankees. And he replaced Babe Ruth in right field when Babe Ruth moved on from the Yankees. One thing that I think is the most important thing that George Selkirk brought to baseball was it was his idea to build warning tracks. So it's a bit ironic that we want to rename Diamond F after George Selkirk, and it doesn't have a warning track currently. But I certainly believe from a safety perspective, the idea was you're changing surfaces as you move from grass to the clay or to the stone. And that gives the outfielder who's looking at the baseball an idea to know that they're getting close to the fence, hence the name warning track. And that was George Selkirk's idea. I would respectfully ask council that we consider renaming Diamond F after George Selkirk, and also to build a monument, a stone monument that would tell the community and the visitors a little bit more about George Selkirk when they visit the facility. I have been going through the process of trying to determine how much that would cost. I'm going to use the number $2,500, $3,000. The Hornets program is prepared to pay for that ourselves, but we wanted to ask town if you would consider sharing the cost in some way of that monument. The naming of the diamonds, I recognize, is not a cost issue, but the monument is. So I would ask council to consider that. And then finally, we, for those of you who visit the facility, you'll recognize beside Diamond F, there's some A gravel on the ground, which we put down a few years ago as the base of a batting cage, which was donated to the Hornets program by a local cottager. For various reasons, that cage never got built. It's still in storage, but the base of the facility, we spent more than $5,000 on it, and the equipment for the facility or for the batting cage, which we purchased, we've probably put close to 10 grand into that. And for various reasons, have realized that it's just not right for us to be able to own that property or own that batting cage on the property of McCully, and would like to ask that we donate the cage to the town, and the town build the cage and manage the cage and be responsible for that batting cage on a go-forward basis. Again, with all of the stuff that we've already paid for, we would just donate that to town and ask town to build it, etc. So we ran into some insurance issues and the like around building it. So that's the extent of my discussion. I know I have 10 minutes and I just wanted to make sure I got through those key points. And at this point, I would stop talking and pass it back to council if you had any questions.
Thanks, Peter, for that. And I'm sure there'll be some questions. I'm going to start with Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Peter, for this. Just wondering, I think Stan deserves a little plaque too, don't you?
Absolutely. Again, I mean, we can go through. Stan's name deserves to be on the Diamond facility name. But if you go back in time, for those that were here and around the process for what Stan did, he's not on the name, and that's fine. But yes, I would agree, Councillor Withey, that Stan deserves even more recognition. He ran the fastball program, and fastball's dying in the northern communities, with the exception of Bracebridge. And unfortunately, Stan doesn't have enough players for his program anymore. So they didn't run the fastball league this year. I'm not sure if they will in the future, but for what he's done historically, people need to know what he's done. And I do agree with you 100%.
Are there any other questions from council? Okay, Peter, thanks for your presentation. We do have it on our agenda towards the end of the meeting for.
Aaron, I have one question.
Yep, sorry, Councillor Schumacher, go ahead.
It's okay, it just came to me. So through you to Peter, the pop-up bases that you're asking for, just a question around those. Not every, like Hornets would use it, but I understand like the men's league may not. They would prefer not to have pop-up bases. They like the spikes. Is that correct? Like there's other users that want different types of use. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. And actually, I want to just clarify. I didn't talk about pop-up bags. So the normal cloth bags that have spikes are what a lot of diamond facilities will use. However, I would argue that as we travel around, more and more facilities, including for fastball programs, will have bags that are actually that have a tube underneath them that actually plug in. We'll call them plug-in bases, and they will have them at each of the distances. In fact, if you go to Peak Field and Bracebridge, they have plug-in bases. And actually, I would argue that the other leagues are probably indifferent. Their concern is safety. If there is something that's going to interfere with their ability to run down the baseline, or they might trip or something, that could be an issue. However, you put plugs in them, and so you don't even notice that there's any difference as you're running down the line. We had originally asked for pop-up bases on Diamond F at 90 feet. That's the regular distance for an infield. Those pop-up bases would not in any way interfere with any other user because they're at a 90-foot distance, and the other users have shorter distances, would never interfere. But I would argue that a lot more facilities are going to having plugs at the different distances and having having pop-up bags for each of them. And there's a safety concern, I would say, when it's wet in particular. Using the current cloth bags is an issue, and the cloth bags rip all the time because players that wear spikes will step on a cloth bag and it'll be ripped immediately. Whereas the pop-up bags are leather and they don't rip. So I did include that in the deputation as an ask. It's something we've talked to staff about several times, and hope that we can eventually get to a point where the staff will be able to get to putting in those pop-up bags. It's also a cost issue too, having to replace the cloth bags constantly because they're ripping, as opposed to these other plugins that don't rip as easily. And again, I mentioned that you go down to Kerr Park in Bracebridge and or Peak Field, you'll note they have pop-up bags for the men's league distances.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Peter. Peter, you seem to be a little bit unaware of the Macaulay Robertson or the Robertson connection to the naming of the park, but Alex Robertson is and has been involved in the baseball program in Huntsville for probably since its inception way back when, and he probably never missed an opportunity to be an umpire at that ballpark. So it's an apt name for Macaulay Robertson for sure.
Yeah, Bob's got a much higher profile today, although not as much in the last couple of years. And it's actually pretty funny to watch Bob and Stan interact with each other because they played together, I believe, 50 years ago, and will each take credit for who was a better baseball player. So I'll leave it for them to debate the two things, but absolutely recognize that there were many people involved in that journey to build a facility.
I'm sure that Mr. Alex Robertson was umping the game that they were competing in. Okay, thanks, Peter. Have a great day.
And so just a quick question, Mayor Terziano, do I just, will staff get back to us about some of these discussion points, or we'll leave it at that?
Yes,
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Council, we are into new business, and the first is our 2022 draft SWB budget staffing proposal. And Reva, I was going to say, I think Julie is here. Well, you're both here, so whoever's up.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the staff report. Essentially, it's intended to provide a summary of the proposed changes to the salaries, wages, and benefits budget for 2022. So I'll refer to these salaries, wages, and benefits as SWB throughout my presentation. That's what I'm talking about. The specific new positions or overlaps that staff are recommending for consideration for inclusion in the draft 2022 budget So these positions or overlaps include a one-year contract for an elections coordinator. And this position, it is recommended to be fully funded through the election reserve. Excuse me. This position will enable a smooth election and onboarding process for any new council members. So the next new position is a part-time finance assistant, which will result in an increase to the levy in 2022, and that all of the details of that are in the staff report. So this position is necessary to maintain sufficient service levels within our finance and property tax department specifically. This really is a result of increased administrative work related to significant growth in our community over the last several years. The next position is a 2-year contract for a property standards building inspector, which is anticipated to be fully funded through the building department. This position is needed to ensure that a dedicated person is dealing with these increased property standards violations, and to continue to close older building permits, and that project has been ongoing. And this will help to alleviate potential future liability claims against the town. So it's really important to get, to continue this project and get that done. There are several position overlaps included in the report, and details of those are all in the report, and they are related to anticipated staff retirements. So since these are one-time type costs for 2022, staff is recommending that these overlaps be funded through the Human Capital Reserve. I just wanted to say a few other things about some of the appendices in the report. So Appendix B is showing the financial impact by division of all of the SWB changes. So overall, the line in the budget is expected to increase by just over 1.1 million. Based on the recommendations for funding of the new positions and overlaps that I just mentioned, the impact to the levy of these changes is really only about 857,000. That being said, I think it's really important to note here that this 857 includes bringing back both full-time and part-time staff related to programs and services that were reduced or removed entirely from the 2021 budget. The bulk of these changes occurred in our community services division, and bringing back these staff include bringing back aquatic staff, recreation and leisure, theater staff. So the anticipation is that the revenues that were reduced in 2021 will also be brought back, which will offset these staff costs. So if the revenue doesn't come back, the SWB also doesn't come back. So in effect, the $857,000 increase that I just mentioned will actually be offset by an estimated increase in revenues of over 500,000. So ultimately, the actual net levy increase is really about 360,000. And I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers out here. So this $360,000 net levy increase is largely attributed to the COLA and union increases for 2022. So that's everything I wanted to mention about the SWB report. I am available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Reva. Council, I neglected to read the resolution before we started, so I better do that before we go to questions. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Withey. It is recommended that staff be directed to include the following new positions for consideration in the town draft 2022 consolidated budget. Elections coordinator, 1-year full-time contract. Financial assistant, permanent part-time position. Property standards building inspector, 2-year full-time contract. Director of Operations and Protective Services, 1-month overlap. HR Generalist, 3-month position overlap. Municipal Corridor Advisor, 4-month position overlap. And further, that staff be directed to include the following funding for the new positions above in the town draft 2022 consolidated budget. Elections Coordinator, funded through the Election Reserve. Property Standard Building Inspector, funded through Building Department. Director of Operations and Protective Services, 1-month overlap, fully funded through Human Capital Reserve. HR Generalist, 3-month position overlap, funded through Human Capital Reserve. The Municipal Corridor Advisor, 4-month position overlap to be funded through Human Capital Reserve. Now we'll go to questions. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks for the report. The number looks alarming, but it is understandable. I am anxious to see the corresponding revenue numbers on paper, not just from the deputy treasurer, even though I trust what she says. Yeah, the one thing I did ask, and it was sent out by the treasurer about the other items. And the first line, statutory benefits on COLA and union increases. And is that assuming that we're going to approve the 3.1 increase for non-unionized staff?
Rita?
Yeah, and I don't know, Julia, if you wanted to address that question.
Yeah, so that would be the corresponding statutory benefits that would be on the union increases and the COLA for non-union staff.
So, yeah, are we there yet though? I mean, is this approving of this motion going to lock that in stone?
So through your worship, so we do have a policy in place that council's approved that the staff increase for the annual increase is by COLA, which is the CPI trim for July for each year. So as you're aware, that's the 3.1%. So we would use that for the staff and for the council increases. The union increase has already been set through the union agreement, so that one's already been approved by council. And I believe that one was at 3% for 2022.
So just for further clarity, Councillor Withey, all of this is to be included in the draft budget. It's all up for consideration, with the exception of the COLA increase at 3.1%. That's carved in stone unless we repeal or redo the bylaw before January 1st that confirms that. So we still have time to consider the 3.1. We just need to do it before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And with regards to the 3.1, I guess we should be reminded that last year's COLA increase was 0.1. So things are sort of balancing out in that regard, I think. Question I have with regards to the election coordinator, and I agree with that position because I know in the past it has been the responsibility of the clerk's department, and I know how overwhelmed they are on an ongoing basis. So I like this idea that we have that as a contract position. Question I have then through you to, I guess, our CAO or maybe the clerk's department, but who would that person answer to? Would it be to the CAO or would it be to the clerk's department?
Through you, Madam Chair. So it will be reporting to the clerk, the Director of Legislative Services.
Any further questions? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, I don't think you finance people should go anywhere because the next item, moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Armour, is recommended that schedules attached to Corp 2021-68 be approved and incorporated into the 2022 fee and charge bylaw to be forwarded to Council for approval effective January 1st, 2022. Julia, is this yours?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Terziano. So this year is a little bit different for the user fees. So again, we've gone back to our budget and financial reporting or controls policy, and we amended it so that we have clear direction for staff on the increases for the fees and charges. And it is again based on the July CPI trim. So again, that's the 3.1%. So we have gone through for the majority of the schedules that will be attached to the bylaw and increase most of them by 3.1%. There are some where we haven't gone through and changed it because either the fee is already at market or perhaps it's a new fee that we just introduced and kept them maybe the same, but for the majority of them, they were raised by the 3.1%. The only two schedules that didn't change were the building department fees and also the affordable housing fees, which we need to look at separately at a later date. sorry, I guess it's not fees, but it's the rates that we use for the affordable housing thresholds. But the majority of the other ones have all been reviewed and increased by that amount. So just to note, when we are preparing our budgets, we should see some increases in the revenues as well on that side, where we have increased those fees by the 3.1%. So once staff get going on that, you'll see that when the draft budget comes forward.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Julia. You answered the question, but I just want to follow up on it. I did go through and I noticed that the building permit fees weren't in there, and so you've stated that we're going to review those separately, and will they be considered at a separate time during budget, or what's the plan with that?
Julia?
Sorry, just for clarification, did you the budget or the building or the affordable housing? Was it?
No, building, actually. I didn't see the affordable housing either, but I thought it was curious that building wasn't in there, and and so you did make reference that not all schedules were there, and the comment that we're reviewing that separately, is that what you said?
So the affordable housing thresholds we're reviewing separately because we need to look at that as a kind of a separate project. As I'm sure you're aware, we need to do a bit more work on the affordable housing rates that we're using.
Yep.
So we have left those the same. As for the building department, I'm not sure if Director Maxwell has any more comments, but they've recommended not making changes at this time to the fees.
Right. Okay. So that answers it then. All right. That's good. Thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the report. Not so much on the user fees. I'm just curious, how are the users? Are they returning to the Summit Center, et cetera? Or are we booking anything? So if anybody can answer that.
Maybe Director Babineau?
Good morning, through you, Mayor Terziano. Yeah, we have seen quite a large visitation back to the Summit Center. Our track is open. We have 2 arenas running. The pool is open. We have swimming lessons that started this week. And so, yeah, we've seen a lot of our customers and our user groups coming back. Of course, we're working through all of those hurdles to get them in the door. But our numbers are great and people are happy to be here. And we are coordinating everything to meet all the COVID regulations. But we are having people come back and they're very happy.
Simone, while you're there, I take it we're operating on limited hours though. I happened to walk by the Summit Center right at midday last Sunday and there wasn't a car anywhere in the vicinity.
Mayor Terziano, we're adjusting to our user group's needs. So it really depends on the day. Not every Sunday is going to be the same and not every day is going to be the same. So it really comes down to our user groups. When our user groups are booking time, we're trying to leverage having staff here. If there are hours that we're going to pull back because we don't have the ice or the pool running, then we won't have the track open either and staff will be sent home a little bit early. So we are trying to leverage that time that the building is open. On the other hand, there are certain hours that we need to be here and have availability. So there probably was some quiet hours last Sunday. Last Sunday night though I was here, it was a madhouse. So it just depends so we're adjusting every day and it's taking us a little bit of time to reassess each day and have a plan. It's taking a lot of work and a lot of organization, but we're on it. And actually last night was even smoother than a few days ago. So and our user groups are really helpful and our customers are as well. They're very patient. We're asking folks to just give us a little bit more time at the door. Don't come 5 minutes before your ice time or your swimming lesson. You need a few more minutes to get us through the system and get you where you need to be.
Good. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Whitty, seconded by Councillor Stone, as recommended. The committee approves the removal of the strategic plan sub goals outlined in Appendix A of Report Corp 2021-65, and further that the 2019-23 strategic plan resolution 258-19 be amended to reflect the changes. Reva?
Thank you, Your Worship. So earlier this spring, the senior management team met to go over the business plans and the underlying strategic goals. So many of these goals were actually identified as either not actionable or are more operational in nature rather than strategic. So Appendix A of the staff report is outlining all of those strategic sub-goals that were identified for removal during that process. As a result of the recommended removal of the items in Appendix A, a large number of the business plan projects were removed as well. I do think it's really important to note that this doesn't mean that the projects aren't getting done. All it means is that they're not really strategic in nature, so have moved to the departmental operating work plans rather than the more strategic business plans. So many of the projects that were originally on the business plans are just part of the regular operations of the departments anyway. It was noted during the business plan update process last year that the plans were really complex and there was a lot of information being provided. So, you know, if councillors remember, there was 25 plus business plans, each with a 4 or 5 page summary. So that's a lot of information to go through. So in order to simplify the business plan process this year, staff felt it would be prudent to organize the business plans into one document as an overall organizational business plan. The projects are grouped by goals rather than by department. So it really is a true scorecard of how each remaining strategic plan item is being addressed. The new business plan document is in Appendix B of the report. During this process of, you know, our senior management team going through the strategic goals, you know, there were a few strategic goals that were identified that staff were unsure about. So ideally, we would like to have a discussion and receive some direction today on how to proceed with these items, or even whether they should be included. Maybe we include them in Appendix A and remove them from the strategic plan. So these specific items included, there was a goal to seek opportunities to make specialty health services available in Huntsville. So, you know, staff are unsure what types of specialty health services. Is this even a town of Huntsville responsibility? The next was the one-way street study. So, and to provide recommendations for traffic flow improvements and potential locations for additional one-way streets. Well, you know, staff is looking for some direction. Are there specific streets you would like to see reviewed? The next item was to finalize a plan for Pittman's Bay. So what are the expectations of the future use of this property in order to direct staff on how to come up with a plan? And the last item was to implement the recently adopted transit plan to expand and improve service. So again, what are the expected service levels going forward so that, you know, staff know how to address the plan and, you know, expand and improve the service. So I am available for questions.
Questions, Council? Councillor Whitty?
Thank you, Worship. The first item there, seek opportunities to make specialty health services available. That was always a curious one to me. I don't believe that's something that is in our sort of list of things we need to be focused on. I think MOC is engaged in bringing in new services constantly, and I don't believe that that's something that our staff needs to devote energy to, because it's really not our responsibility. I mean, certainly we want to have more specialty services available, but I just don't think that's part of what we do. I think there are professionals in healthcare and over at MOC that have that issue in hand, as we've seen with the recent introduction of orthopedics and the other specialists that are coming up here on a regular basis. So that one, I definitely think we should eliminate.
Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks, Reva, for the presentation. I'm glad you explained the first part about we're not eliminating all of those other objectives and goals, because things like plastic, single-use plastic is still really critical. And basically you're saying that's contained within the work of each department and we carry on. So that's great. I agree with Councillor Withey, what he just said about that first specialty health services. I don't think that makes sense. But I do have a question. Everything in Appendix B, the ones that you're looking for direction on are the ones that are highlighted. Is that it? Because, or are you looking for direction on all of those?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. So the highlights was just to separate each project. That's just so that it's easier to see. So the direction is actually in the staff, within the staff report. There's a section. Sorry, I'm just going up to.
Right. Okay.
Goals requiring further guidance.
Oh,
so there
okay.
are 4
All
items listed there, and
right.
Those are the ones that
you need. Okay. Yeah. I see. I've got them. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So quick comment on the one-way street study. I think you're right that it was raised by a few councillors, and then we didn't really follow up on that. So I understand why you need direction on that. And finalizing a plan for Pittman's Bay, that still seems like an important one. But perhaps, and that wouldn't be covered in our waterfront study, would it? Because it's not within the boundaries of our waterfront study. I guess that's too bad. Huh. All right, I have to think about it. Thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship, through you. For me, it's the 3.11, the transit. That was just recently spoke about through our accessibility committee, and it's still part of our accessibility plan. So I'm not really sure we should be. I'm not really sure where we should be going with that. I know it's still very important to a lot of user groups in our community, and I think we still need to have a good plan going forward with it.
Reba?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify a little bit of sort of what we're asking for today is we're not necessarily proposing that all 4 of those items be removed from the strategic plan. What we need is sort of direction or some guidance as to where you'd like staff to go with that. So in terms of the transit plan, it's more of a, what are the expected service levels for transit going forward? Is just a little bit more direction, and so that the strategic plan item is a little bit more actionable for staff.
Follow up of me. I believe just a few months ago, we did have a very good report from Director Hernan on transit and decrease actually from a 2-hour round route to 1 hour. So it looks like we have been working on this plan going forward and getting some reports in. So I think it should probably stay.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was going to echo what Councillor Armour said. We have the report. We had looked at, the 2-bus system versus and going down to 1 route. I think it is still very important. So maybe it's looking at those highlights again, and we can maybe go through that report, put it at the forefront. Again, it is looking at the user groups. It, as Councillor Armour mentioned, accessibility, it came up with bus shelters, and I know that comes with a price tag, and I know that was the conversation for us with regards to transit. But again, we declared ourselves a climate emergency. I think transit is very important, and I'm not saying you guys are looking to drop it. That's not what I'm hearing. It's just I get that you're looking for the direction. So let's pull out that report maybe again, and let's sort of hammer down what are those areas within that report that we really think we need to focus on, knowing that it's going to cost us some money to do it the way that we want, in the way that the user groups in our community that do use that service want.
Madam CAO, did you have something to offer there?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to confirm, just so committee is clear, so the attachment is Schedule A. It is actually being recommended that those items be removed from the strategic plan. They are felt by the senior team to be very operational in nature. So I didn't want committee to feel misled that that they actually weren't proposing to move some items. So just if we could focus, so Schedule A. Important to note, we are recommending that those items be removed because they are part of an ongoing business plan. They have been implemented into our yearly and daily direction. With respect to the 4 items that are outlined that we require further clarification on, I would agree that with respect to transit, the further clarification is how we handle that report moving forward. So we had heard sort of mixed opinions on about how to deal with the transit moving forward. There was some sense that perhaps we should delay it and not deal with it in 2022. So I think with respect to RDINF 311, with respect to the transit, I think it's fair to say that can be handled through the report and through reporting through staff. I have heard from a couple members of council that the first one, CW 1.6 about health services, it's felt that that's really not within our realm. So I think it's fair to say that we probably could get some direction from committee to remove that if that was the desire. And so just with respect to Pittman's Bay and the one-way streets are really probably the 2 items, Madam Chair, if you could entertain some discussion just to get some clear direction on where you'd like us to go on that. But just to be clear, Schedule A is removing the items from the strategic plan. Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's probably quite fair to say. And I think the whole one-way street was an issue that was raised specifically about High Street behind Town Hall. And I think there was some discussion about one-way street over by Huntsville Public School. I think the direction was pretty clear at the time that we wanted to investigate the feasibility of one-way streets behind Town Hall in order to increase parking. To me, it's just never been done. I don't know how much more clear we can be. We were specific to the street we were talking about. I don't think we were asking for a one-way street report throughout the town of Huntsville. So I don't know unless somebody else remembers that one differently. And as far as Pittman's Bay goes, I think, again, a long-term plan. Are we using it to the best of our ability? I know we have certain restrictions as to what we can do, but I would think at a staff level, a plan would be able to be brought back for the best usage for consideration. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. You just took the thunder out of my, that's in fact exactly what I was thinking. You know, I was looking at it and I remember specifically the discussion around the one-way streets. You hit the nail on the head, and we were looking at options around that, and it was exactly those 2 streets. And so we actually haven't had a report back as to the advantages, and there were a number of factors as to why that might be a good idea or not. So I completely agree with you on that. And on Pittman's Bay, I feel like it's difficult to say whether we should drop it or not when, in fact, we don't have a report before us. And I think that it's really important to have a report because it's an underutilized spot. It's a really important spot. And I think council's direction was, what's the highest and best use from a public parks perspective? So I would say that we can have a fulsome discussion around it when we have a report before us.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, with regards to the one-way streets, I know from Public Works perspective, making both High Street and then Princess Street one way does create a bit of a problem with regards to sight lines. Both of those are iffy at the best of times, and I mean, anyone that's tried to make a left turn onto High Street from Burnell Road and onto Burnell Road from High Street, and much could be, you know, at times it's very, very difficult. And I think if we, I mean, we really should look at this very, very carefully, because Princess Street would be very much the same, you know, with cars coming down Burnell Road and also up Burnell Road from the high school area. So I know we had that discussion. I had that discussion with the director at Public Works and the manager, and there's some concern with regards to the sightlines, with regards to making those streets one way. I agree, though, that's a great idea in terms of parking. It would be a great idea in that way, but I think we should be really, really careful about proceeding with that one and make sure that we do it right.
I totally agree with you, Councillor, and that's why I think we will leave this in the experts' hands to tell us what can and can't be done. But the reason it's there is because the question was asked, can we consider one-way streets there? And part of it was actually the safety of the left-hand turn off of High Street onto Brunel. So I see the CAO has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have clear direction. It sounds like there's a desire to remove the first item. There's clarification on the second item. That's confirming it's High Street and the street over by, I think it was Huntsville Public School. Was that the street you were referring to? Pittman's Bay, staff will report back on potential uses. And the transit plan, I see Director Hernan has popped up. So with your permission, I will ask him to speak to that.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, just for clarification, I also heard Princess Street on the one-way. So is High, Princess, and Caroline?
I think those were the streets originally talked about, and probably we were talking about High being one way in one direction and Princess going the other way. And I don't know how much conversation over by, I can't recall what the conversation was over by Caroline. I just remember that there was some conversation about whether we could improve bus flow traffic over there with one-way streets.
Thank you. I just needed that for clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe the original intent of the one-way study was originally to create parking, and then it came up with a discussion about buses. I know the original suggestion was High and Princess, but I think that the ultimate thing to do would be to have a study done, and so we know from the professionals out there what's doable. I understand Councillor Thompson's comments about sight lines, but it could be selected parking, but I think that's why we need a professional. The traffic is just going to get more congested down there. And I know the last study we did, we say we have ample parking, but do we really? Do we need to create more? So I think it's something we need to focus on. So I'd like to see something come back on it for sure.
All right, I think just one comment I have to make on Appendix A, which is the recommendation of things to be removed. My only concern are the items that are considered from the mandate letter. The mandate letters were drawn up by former Mayor Aitchison, and they were approved by this council. And I don't like to see mandate letters removed from the strategic plan because they were specific to the strategic plan, and the business plans have been derived from the strategic plan. So I would prefer not to see mandated items removed. I don't know whether council feels the same about that, or Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if you could maybe clarify then exactly what is meant by mandated letters, and because I'm a little bit in the dark on that, and I wouldn't mind a little bit of schooling on that particular one. Thank you.
Sure. So at the beginning of the term of council, each committee was presented with a list of mandated items by Mayor Aitchison, and each committee adopted their list. They made some changes and then they adopted them. There was a public works list, a community services list. A couple of items that pop out that are recommended to be removed are things like continuing to evaluate a public art gallery, building on the now completed cultural strategy, expand access to broadband services. These are all things in our strategic plan that they're recommending be removed now because they consider them to be in staff's business plans. But I don't think things that were in our mandated strategic plan at the beginning should be removed. I mean, they may not be completed through this term, but I just don't believe they should be removed. So those are the types of things and where they came from.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Terziano. And yeah, you just did touch on a couple of areas that were of concern to me as well. And so I'm inclined to agree with your worship on this particular one. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alcott?
Again, thank you, Your Worship. You just highlighted. I knew there was something when I went through the list, and I understand what Reva was saying about it's part of ongoing operations and many of these things. But I think your example of the art gallery is an excellent one, because I don't know, do we have a business plan that identifies that we will continue to pursue the identification of a possible art gallery? And if we don't have that business plan, then that effectively has been dropped, and it is part of our mandate. So, and I don't know, I mean, that was a great example. And if there are so many items here that I would really want to know how, in fact, it is being pursued within each department. So I don't know if this requires a separate meeting to go through these one-on-one, or I don't know, but I agree with you, Your Worship. I think that's a bit worrying, actually.
I'm not sure how to proceed. This resolution is very general. We're really, if we remove everything in Appendix A, we're removing probably, it looks like maybe 50 to 60 items. And I'm just not sure that I see our deputy clerk's hand, so I'm going to go there first. She often has good advice. Crystal?
Thank you, Chair Terziano. I do have a motion to amend prepared based on the two matters that I heard committee speaking about, one being item 6.1 to be removed, and the other item being that anything related to mandate letters remain in the strategic plan. So with your permission, I'll pull it up, and you can see the changes that I've made in red.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, that removes the health services, which is good, I think agreed on, and it talks about the mandate letters. It looks good to me. It would be a mover and seconder for that amendment. Deputy Mayor Alcott, Councillor Withey. Madam CEO, did you have something before we proceed with talking about this that you wanted to add?
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you. So just, I think it would be very helpful to be specific on the other two items. So I had just actually sent a quick note to the clerk and the deputy clerk suggesting that we list the 4 items and we provide direction on that. So for example, the first one specifically indicate that, I'm just bringing this up on another screen. So to remove, as the deputy clerk has noted, to remove that one item, the one-way street, specifically outline the 3 streets we're focusing on, Pittman's Bay, that staff will report back accordingly, and that the transit, that this be followed up with through the transit plan, which will be filtered through the staff report to committee. So I just think it's important to have that clarity and direction moving forward. So I'm not sure if the deputy clerk can prepare what I sent to you. I literally just sent it like 50 seconds ago, so we're both working on the same thing. With respect to, if I may touch on the comment made about there's a lot of items that are on that schedule, that is true. And if committee has the desire to have a separate meeting to specifically speak to those, we did discuss that at a senior management team level. And there was some thought that as we are in the last term of council, and a lot of those items are operational ongoing, we weren't sure if committee or council wanted to have that discussion in greater detail, or if they were comfortable with the approach that we had taken. But we're open to whatever committee feels comfortable with.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, is your hand still up from last time, or is this new?
It was, but actually I can just make a quick comment if it's okay with you with respect to what CAO Corey just said. I'm comfortable with the approach that we're taking now, which is not removing the mandate. I don't need to have a separate council. I think that's a simplified way of doing it. So.
And Councillor Thompson.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm a little bit confused. With regards to your comments, Your Worship, with regards to those items that were mandated at the beginning of the last session of council, there are a number of items in Appendix A that would be covered off in those mandated mandated items type of thing. So where exactly are we going with this? Are we just restricting the focus on the two or three items that you mentioned, or are we looking at all items that were mandated?
I think we're looking at all items that were mandated. I don't think there are a lot of them. There might be in total 6 or 7 out of that entire list. So I only mentioned a couple that I had highlighted, and they're probably as double that number. So the amended resolution would be asked to keep those within the strategic plan, and the other items to be dealt with through the business plans.
I gotcha. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. We'll just give Crystal another minute to pop up a new resolution.
And Madam Chair, if I may, what we'll do is we'll provide committee with a summary specifically of those items, so just so that they're clear. But we have a complete understanding what you would like us to do. So we'll provide that information to committee, and they'll have that prior to this being ratified at council.
Crystal?
If I may pull up my screen again,
Yeah.
just some clarification from the CAO as well to make sure that the section I've just added is okay.
Okay. All right. I will ask again that we have it moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee approves the removal of the strategic plan sub-goals outlined in Appendix A, Corp 2021-65, as well as the following item. CW16, seek opportunities to make specialty health services available in Huntsville, and further committee provide clarification on the following. One-way streets, committee would like reviewed, specifically High Street, Princess Caroline, finalize a plan for Pittman Space, staff to report back, implement the recently adopted transit plan to expand and improve service to be addressed through transit needs study, and further that any items identified in Appendix A relating to the mandate letters remain in the strategic plan. And further that the 2019-23 strategic plan be amended to reflect the changes. Okay, Madam CAO, are you all right with that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am okay with that. My only suggestion would be at the top, whereas it says all of the items in Schedule A be removed. It should be all of the items in Schedule A with the exception of any items identified in the mandate letters. It just makes it a bit clearer, I think.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Okay, but everything else looks fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that change, I will call a question. All in favor? And that carries. So do I go back to the original resolution and just add as amended? Crystal?
Yes, that would be okay at this time, and I'll work on the wording. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Stones, recommended that committee approve the removal of the strategic plan sub-goals outlined in Appendix A, and further that the strategic plan be amended to reflect changes as amended? I'm not sure. We're passing the amended resolution. All in favor? And that carries. It's starting to sound like district, isn't it? Okay, moving right along. We are into road naming. Moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It's recommended that committee adopt the road naming policy attached to Schedule A to Report Corp 2021-60, and further that staff be delegated authority to create a road name inventory list that developers can select from using the following groups. And right now those groups are blank. Margaret.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. The report has been prepared for the two purposes. One, to establish road naming principles to help guide staff in that process. And the other is to introduce the concept of the road name inventory list as outlined there in the recommendation. The one sentence I was reviewing that I wanted to share, our slogan on our main signs into town, touch the past, embrace the future. Some of the reading and research I've been doing on road naming, I think helps portray that. A document indicated names aid future generations to maintain vital connections to their past. And also throughout the report there in the discussion section, I've indicated some examples of Group A, B, C, and D there. These examples are from information that I had researched. Many municipalities utilize veterans or casualties of war. That's kind of a common theme for inventory lists. I've added a few others based on information that we have available at the town here, such as our past mayors and reeves. That's a great wealth of information on our website, as well as a suggestion from a constituent on fire chiefs. So I've included that to bring that forward as well. I think everything is clear there. It's fairly simple and straightforward, and that was my intent. And the intent here is to allow committee that kind of discussion on these groups, one or none, or something different. And that's why the recommendation was left blank. So happy to assist on any questions, and I look forward to some discussion or direction.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can help make this a little bit easier. And I'm going to go through at least the 4 suggestions that Margaret has given us. The first one being the geographical references, which would be similar to, we have Chaffee Township Road, we have Brunel Road, so geographical references. Can I get a show of hands that everybody would be in favor of including that as one of our categories? Or a thumbs up? Okay, so former mayors, reeves as a category. Don't forget, anything that's submitted, we as a council would approve or deny. The fire chiefs. And finally, casualties of war. Okay, now, I just thought it'd be easy to get those out of the way, and then we can do questions or other suggestions. And I will start with, I think, Councillor Stone, you were first up.
I think Councillor Withey, but I'm happy to go. Anyways, I think it's great to have this list, and in compiling the list, I think there should be a little note about certain, whether it is a veteran that fought in a certain war. So, 100 years from now, people can still reference why it's named that. I'm presuming as well, if I can ask the question, if somebody specifically wants a name for a street that's being created, can they come to council and say, I know you've got a list, but I have this particular name, and have the council of the day make a decision? Is that correct?
That is correct. That is what the policy states, correct, Margaret? If they don't wish to select from the sort of list that we have, they're welcome to submit any name of their choice.
Yes, yes, exactly. I grouped that into Group A. It indicates geographic because it should try to make some reference to some Huntsville related item or feature to bring it back to Huntsville. And that is through an application process. So they would fill that out of what they're submitting or proposing, pardon me. And exactly that would eventually come through to council for final approval.
Okay. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted, and Margaret, you know this already, just on the road suffixes, there still isn't trail in there. I don't know why it wasn't added.
I can explain that again. My apologies, I didn't mention that in the beginning. As I reviewed it the other day, this list is examples of Bell Canada suffixes. Of course, in Bell Canada, trail is a approved suffix with the short form TL, and we do utilize that in Huntsville. So that would be considered. I didn't feel it was necessary to make an amendment, again, because the word examples was there. There's a few others such as highway. Perhaps in my lifetime, I'm not sure Huntsville is going to have a new highway, but that's another example where, of course, that suffix is approved or allowed within Bell Canada, and we would allow that as well. So sorry about that. I hope that helps clarify that question.
I think you just did that on purpose. You knew I would say something, Margaret.
It slipped my mind.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I think this is a marvelous idea. With regards to Group B, the name of former mayors, etc. I know the developer of the latest development, I guess, west of Yonge Street in the West End, was naming former mayors, but they were sort of grouped together, and I wonder if that should be a consideration with regards to that particular category or not. I mean, it's probably a not a huge point at all. I'm just wondering if that was the intent. I know of the developer at that point who took it upon himself to request those names, being Goodwin being one, Mackenzie being another, for instance. So just a geographical thing with regards to that particular category. It's not a sticking point with me by any means. It's just something I thought, I wonder if we should consider.
Okay. So if there's 5 blanks on this sheet. Does anybody have another category they'd like to include, or are we good with the 4 that Margaret suggested? Okay. I'm going to call a question. All in favor? And that carries. And of course, everything comes back for approval at some point. So that's great. Thanks for that, Margaret.
Thank you.
We're moving on to corporate services. And we have, the original road allowance closure, Peacock Hollinshead Osmond. And we have Kelly Hollinshead here, I believe, to do a deputation on this one before we get to it. Kelly, are you here?
Hello.
There you are.
Good morning.
Hello. And of course, okay. Comes back for approval at some point. So, just hang on one second. Councillor With, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I have a conflict, so I'm not sure what I do.
Oh, I think you're only required to turn your screen off.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Thanks.
Okay. And we have Kelly Hollinshead here, I believe, to. Well, why do we have this echo going on before we get to it? Kelly, are you here?
I am. Hello.
There you are. Hang on. Okay. Crystal. Oh, Tanya, why do we have this delayed echo going on?
Do you happen to have the live feed going as well?
So I'm not sure what I do.
Oh, I think you're only required to turn your screen off.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thanks.
You want to just close that window? It should stop the echoing.
Well, why do we have this echo going on?
I am.
No, there you are. Hang on.
I'm not sure if Kelly actually heard you, Kelly.
Kelly, Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can absolutely hear you.
Okay, do you have the live feed going as well in another window maybe?
I do not.
Okay.
Are we okay?
I think we're now.
It sounds like we're good now. Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
Super. Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen to me. I know you have a super busy meeting, and certainly I can appreciate that in the scheme of things, this is minutia to a lot of people, but it's a little bit important to us here at 170 Bryce Archer. So I think we all know why I'm here. This came to committee last month, and of course, the resolution was made that we should have a survey done or have a letter submitted by a surveyor that would indicate whereabouts our barn sits on the road allowance. Fortunately, our barn does sit on the north side of the road allowance. So that would be this side of the 33 feet. It does not encroach on the second portion of 33 feet of the 66 feet. So that's terrific news. I want to thank everybody in advance for considering that last meeting actually, and for taking care. I really appreciate that. We use the barn. Don't want to lose track of that. If I could just screen share, if that would be okay, I'll have a map, and I would like to just kind of have that up while I discuss sort of the history of the property and our position. It just will help everybody sort of visualize the property lines and what we're talking about. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, super. Thank you. I will just... Can everybody see that? If I move this out of the way.
Not yet. We haven't shared yet.
Can you see that now?
No.
Really? How's that?
Now you're coming. Yep.
Right.
We're good now.
Excellent. Super. Okay, so the secret's out. I don't really zoom ever, so thank you for your patience there. Okay, so now we are looking at our properties. As you know, we own 3 properties. We own 184, 190, and 170. When we purchased this property in 1998, we did not own 190. We owned 180. We purchased 184 and 170. At that time, our driveway came in through this vacant lot, which is owned by our neighbor, Mr. Osmond. We purchased the property knowing that the barn probably sat on road allowance, and we had the intention always to purchase said road allowance so that we could ensure use of our barn and legally own that property. About 10 years into our life here, Mr. Osmond served us with a letter and asked us to cease using said property, which had been used by previous owners for many decades to access 170. Asked us to cease using that. So we did stop using our driveway there, and we put in a new driveway over here, which crosses down through. We purchased 190 and blah, blah. So here we are today. We continue to use the barn throughout. Mr. Osmond has really never used this vacant lot. And in fact, 3 years ago, he put that vacant lot up for sale. I understand that he's hoping for a deferral maybe at this point. However, we feel that this matter should just get addressed. He knew in 1996 that the road split his lot. We've been forthright for 2 decades now, more than 2 decades, about our intention to purchase the 66 feet and our willingness to do so. Certainly, we contacted Mr. Osmond in April of this year and informed him that we would be applying within the next week or two. He just sort of dismissed it and did not proceed to submit his own application. So it took him several months after the town contacted him to even follow up with his own application. to dispute our application or to get his share of the 66 feet, or all of it, as I think he would like. At the other end of things, we did apply our initial application, which was submitted in April again. We applied for this entire chunk, which would go down to the end of this property line right here, which is the end of 184. However, the neighbor that owns this property back here at 212 insisted that if we did that, that we would be taking away his road frontage from that property in this area, which clearly we can see is not the case because our property crosses in between the road and his property. So although he would not really lose anything, we decided, we were sort of, it was indicated to us by staff, town staff, that, you know, if all three of us kind of run in there arguing about who gets what and blah, 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 then perhaps nobody would get anything. And of course, this alarmed us. So we sort of felt a little bit like we should concede at that end. So we did, and we are no longer applying for that, of course, as you would know. But we are not looking to make any further concessions. We're truly hoping to get this entire 66 feet. And the reasons for that are so numerous, including the fact that we use it, including the fact that Mr. Osmond has never used it, including the fact that Mr. Osmond's actions really do not suggest that he cares that much about it. He's certainly caring now in the 11th hour, but we find it interesting given the fact that this has been going on for decades, and he was willing to sell the lot 3 years ago without even owning or talking about or applying for or having anything to do with the road allowance. So we're not really sure why all of a sudden our application should not be considered for the full 66 feet. You know, if I were to walk into Tim Hortons right now and say, hey, I want to buy all your donuts, everything you have in stock, give them all to me right now. They wouldn't be like, oh, let's just make sure that this guy over here doesn't want any donuts or this person wants it. They would just give me all the donuts. So we just don't understand why we can't have all the donuts. And that being said, I think I would turn it over to you. One last little point I guess I had. So because we really appreciate that you were so thoughtful to help us try to keep the barn, and we did get that survey done in order that we could ensure that our barn would remain on our share of the property if we were only awarded 33 feet. So that was great. However, if our initial application had only been considered and had we been awarded the 66 feet we applied for and are willing to purchase, we could have saved ourselves, $3,000 and wouldn't have had to get that extra survey done. But that's just minutia, I guess. I will also, last point, our house is actually very close to that property line. It's just off this map. You just can't quite see it. It's only about 150 feet total to about this middle line. And I realize that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people because a lot of people live in towns that are a lot closer, but we bought this property and we own it because we really appreciate our privacy. And with that, I would entertain any questions, and I'm just going to stop screen sharing if I can figure that out. There we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Council, do we have any questions of Kelly right now? We can have the report presented if that helps, and get Kelly to hang around in case there's questions following that, but let's see if there's anything right up front. Okay, Kelly, I wonder if you'll just hang on until we go through the report and get to the resolution, and there might be questions then.
Sure thing, thank you.
Okay, I will read the resolution. It's moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that application RC06-2021 and application RC12-2021 be approved in accordance with the ORA/OSRA policy with the following configuration. The portion of the ORA between concession 8 and 9 Chaffee abutting Park Lot 3, concession 9 be closed in its entirety, and that portion of the ORA between concession 8 and 9 Chaffee abutting Park Lot 4, concession 8 be closed and split with both applications. Conditional on the applicant paying all surveying, legal and associated expenses, the sale price for the land to be closed being in accordance with the fee and charge bylaw, a survey and duplicate be provided showing the road allowance as a specific part of the plan, a registered transfer deed of land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year of the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void and a new application will be required. That any utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement The road allowance is hereby declared as surplus to the town's need. Application RC 06-2021, the portion of the road allowance between being closed merge and title with Part 3 Lot Concession 9, Part Lot 4 Concession 9, and Part Lot 3 Concession 8 Chafee, all parcels being Part Lot 3 Concession 9, Part Lot 4 Concession 9, Part Lot 3 Concession 8 Chafee, and ORA merge and title to become one lot not separately conveyable. Application RC 12-2021, the road allowance being closed, merge and title with Part Lot 4 Concession 8 Chafee. And further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. And Councillor Withey has declared a conflict of interest. Jessica, highlights, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So as everyone is aware, this matter was deferred at last committee, confirmation or pending confirmation of the barn. The applicants did obtain a letter from E.J. Williams Surveying, which confirms the barn is located on the northerly half of the road allowance, with about 9 feet of clearance to the center of the road allowance. I'm happy to answer any questions about this or the initial report.
Councillor Thompson.
Actually, before we get to that, Your Worship, I think a procedural issue. I think you had Councillor Withey as the mover of this particular motion, and he's declared a conflict in it.
You're absolutely right, I did. May I insert you, Councillor Thompson?
Indeed, you may. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for catching that. Okay. Did you have a question or just that one?
Actually, I probably will, but I think Deputy Mayor Alcock might have something that I would respond to, so I'll let her go first if that's okay with you, Your Worship.
Absolutely, Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Jessica, and also Kelly for coming in today. I have to confess, I've learned more about this particular application than I would ever have thought I would, because I have had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Osmond and also to Kelly as well, and also with Jessica. And I have to say, I think I just want to huge kudos to Jessica for the work that she's done on this file, because I think the recommendation that is before us is the right recommendation. It may not be exactly what Mr. Osmond wants, and it may not be exactly what Kelly has, ideally would like, but it does achieve a solution for both. And I will say this, I actually drove out yesterday because I wanted to get a sense of Mr. Osmond's property. And here's what, if he was here, I know we've all received letters from him, but his concern, and I recognize he came in at the 11th hour or whatever, although he says something other than that. But his concern was that if he doesn't access, he wanted that whole section that abuts his property, but at the very least, half of it as suggested in the recommendation, because he was concerned that his lot would not have enough of a building envelope. And it is an unusual lot. And I did confirm through Jessica, as well as our planning, that indeed his existing lot is developed. There is a place to build. It's possible. But if he is able to access an additional 33 feet to the width of his property, it's a better property for a potential build. And so from my perspective, this is why I really like Jessica's recommendation is if we say grant the one applicant, the Peacock Hollinshead applicant, and grant them the entire area, then Mr. Osmond could in fact probably go forward with a potential build on his existing property, but it's less than ideal. It's not the best. And so I just think from a building perspective, allowing him to have an additional 33 feet to his existing property, I'm complicating this, but I don't mean to. It ends up being potentially a much better build on that property. So for all of the, and the recommendation also allows the Peacock Hollinshead applicant to keep their barn and acquire that area, which is a fundamental reason for the application. So as I said, the solution is less than ideal for both applicants, but to me it is the best solution. And I once again really value all of the work that Jessica has put into this application. It's the right, from my perspective, it's the right recommendation. And I know that Mr. Osmond asked to have this deferred for a month. I wouldn't support that. I think we can make a decision today. I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure the King Sullivan solution is always preferred. I'm a little bit torn on this, as Deputy Mayor Alcock has talked about party, so have I. I think I'm sort of leaning one way in a sense, because I know that Ms. Hollinshead initiated this whole process in the first place, and that weighs something in the fact that they've been there that many years too. The other thing with speaking with the planning department, I mean, the existing lot for Mr. Osmond does not prevent him from building on what he has now, because it's an existing lot. And I guess even though it wouldn't meet today's minimum standards for a building lot, it is grandfathered in there. So I'm sort of waiting, I think, to hear the rest of what the committee has to say on this, Your Worship, before I know which way I would like to vote.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too am not really, I don't really like the way this all played out, that the initiative was put forward by the Peacock Hollinsheads and then Mr. Osmond jumped on the end. But in saying that, I do understand where he's coming from. I had the opportunity to speak with both ends and did a drive-by also just to see how it fit. And I'm not really sure which way I'm going to go on this yet, but I do believe that this is probably the best solution. And Jessica did a great job on it. And I think, you know, big thing for the Peacock Hollinshead is that they get to keep their barn, and it is on their property. And I think that was one of the main concerns, and that's why it got to where it is today. So thanks for your time.
And Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. I guess my question, I understand that Jessica went into a lot of work and everyone has a vested interest in, both parties have a vested interest in paying half or all of it. My question would be, what exactly is our policy? It doesn't seem to be very clear to me. Is it the first applicant? Is it we offer it to everyone? It's my understanding that if someone makes an offer to purchase land from us, whether it's a road allowance or shore road allowance, is it not a first come first served basis, or what is the policy? Who can define that for me?
Yeah, I think, and I'll defer to Jessica, but I do believe that whenever we get an application to close up a road allowance, we have to notify the abutting property owners. Jessica, maybe you can confirm whether that's correct.
That would be correct. So our policy does not speak to duplicate applicants. It does state that any other abutting owners have to sign off. And as part of obtaining that sign off, Mr. Osmond indicated that he wanted to submit an application, and there was nothing in the policy which prevented it. So I allowed him to proceed with that application.
And just further to that, Jessica, what was the timing between applications again?
So the Peacock Hollingshead application was received in April, and then Mr. Osmond's application was received in July. However, I was in the process of taking over these applications, so it's not as if I just sat on the Peacock application waiting for Mr. Osmond. I was processing the applications.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. Yeah, I know my name is on this motion, and I'm not that thrilled with it myself. The Peacock Hollingshead, they initiated this plan. They now paid for 2 surveys, historically used the property themselves. If we draw the line halfway through, is the barn going to be too close to the property line? Neither one wants only half of it. I would lean towards giving the whole thing to the Peacock Hollingshead to purchase.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. And yeah, I have not talked to both parties, just one in particular. I didn't get a lot of the, I guess, information that had come from Mr. Osmond had indicated he didn't get all of his stuff to all of council. I definitely am not in favor of deferring, which I know he wants to do. This matter, I don't know, Jessica, I'm sure he was made aware at the last meeting, if he wanted to do a survey and all those things that he's requesting now. He's had the month to do all of those things that he's requesting the deferral for. Jessica?
He was aware that the application was being deferred another month pending the survey confirmation.
Okay. So yeah, he's had a month to do more work if he needed to at this point. And again, I guess, yeah, your solution, I do see it's the best solution from that standpoint. But like Councillor Stone said and Councillor Thompson, I think I'm more prepared to go with the first applicant who put it in 3 months ahead of time and has been doing all the work to keep the property at this point and has shown the initiative. And as Ms. Hollingshead is here today to tell us, she had let him know a number of years ago that they were going forward with this. So it isn't new to him that this was the process that would be happening. So I'm more inclined to decide with the original applicant.
Councillor Stone.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
To allow the Peacock Hollingshead to purchase the whole thing.
Crystal, are you typing that up for us? I guess I should ask if there's a seconder before I ask you to type that up for us. I see Councillor Thompson.
If I could ask for just a 2-minute recess, I am just awaiting some wording in order to change the motion.
You know what? That's a great idea. I was going to call a biological break at the end of this one. So let's take a 5-minute break right now and give the clerks time to do this up properly, and we'll have our biological break. Okay. I assume we're back live. Okay, everyone's back. Crystal, do you have something for us?
I do. I'll pull up the amendment first.
Thank you. Okay, we have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that the following be struck out. An application RC 12-2021 with the following configuration. The portion of the ORA between concession 8 and 9, Chafee, abutting part of lot 3, concession 9, be closed in its entirety. And that the portion of ORA between concession 8 and 9, Chafee, abutting part of lot 4, concession 8, be closed and split with both applications. Application RC 06-2021, application RC 12-2021, the road allowance being closed, merge in title with part lot 4, concession 8, Chafee. The following be added to the end of the motion, and further that application RC 12-2021 HTE be denied. Okay, and I assume that says in plain English that we're amending the resolution to award the entire road allowance to the Holland's Head Peacock application. Is that fair to say? Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just in our bylaw for this. We followed it correctly. Jessica did a great job. She sent out the notifications to everybody close, but we don't have a time frame on when those abutting properties have to reply to that, do we? Because going forward, maybe that's something we're going to have to look at, because even though things slowed down, we're just taking the application for the other abutting owner out off the table. So I think that's something we're going to have to look at going forward.
Any comment, Jessica?
No, thank you for that comment. I will consider that and when we're looking at the policy.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. We maybe need to, in light of this situation, relook at the policy going forward, because there might be some of these what if scenarios that are going to come up in the past or in the future, sorry. And what's to say, like with this case, there could have been a 3-way split of people having these conversations. So how do we deal with those particular instances in case they come up? Chances are they're not always, but in case they come up, we become the disputing factor between neighbors.
Okay, you all heard the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And that carries. So we go back to the main motion, just strictly as amended. Does that suffice, Crystal?
Yes, I can bring up the full motion if you'd like, but it's up to you.
Well, I read it once already. Council, the main motion that I read previously as amended is on the floor now. All in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kelly. You can zoom away now. And we are moving on to Muskoka Bible Conference. Okay, I have a main motion, an amended motion, and the main is amended. And I know this was deferred. Am I to read all of these? Crystal, Tanya?
Apologies. If you could just start with the main motion, and then staff can present, and then the amendments can follow after that.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It is recommended that application RC 22-2018 be approved in accordance with the road and shore road allowance closing policy and procedure. Conditional on the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses. The sale price for the land proposed to be closed be in accordance with the fee and charge bylaw. The applicable fee in accordance with the town shore road allowance closure as a requirement of planning applications be amended. As amended, be approved, be provided a survey in duplicate, be provided showing the road allowance as a specific part of the plan. A registered transfer deed of the land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year of the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void, and a new application will be required, and that the utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement. The shore road allowance is hereby declared a surplus to the town's needs. The portion of the shore road allowance being closed merge in title with the lot to which is being added. The mayor and clerk be hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said shore road allowance. Jessica.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So this original shore road allowance closing was from 2018. And it was heard at Development Service Committee in 2019. The application involves a lot addition from 8 Pioneer Avenue to 133 Pioneer Ave, which would make 133 directly abutting the shore road allowance. The lot addition conditions have all been fulfilled, and they would now like to proceed with closing of the shore road allowance. The shore road allowance contained a boathouse, which was used by another party not involved in any of these applications, and the matter was deferred pending a resolution of the boathouse issue. An agreement was entered into with all the parties regarding the boathouse, and it was provided to town staff. And as such, staff are recommending approval of the shore road allowance closure at this time.
Okay, and to that, council, I have an amendment moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the following be added before the first paragraph. Whereas report number development 2933 was deferred on February 13th, 2019 due to concern regarding the boathouse, and where staff have been notified a satisfactory resolution has been met. All in favor, or questions, I guess, first. No questions? All in favor of the amendment? That carries. And then I have that very long main motion, which I will say now as amended. Questions? All in favor? Well, that carries. And that's how we get done by noon, by not having to read these a second time. Okay. That's good. Thanks, Jessica, for that. We're moving on to IT, Council Chamber Webcasting. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Withey. It's recommended that committee approve a budget deviation in the amount of $4,600 plus an estimated labor cost of $1,000 for the installation of related cabling and equipment for further improvement of the webcasting solution, and further that the funds be taken from the working funds reserve. Ian, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll give you a brief description of what we are dealing with. We were asked to produce a webcasting solution that would mirror to a certain extent the solution that was provided by Cogeco, yet still meeting our requirement to reduce our staffing levels and the amount of labor. Once we got the initial work done in the room and did some test layouts, we found that there was a couple of outstanding issues that weren't identified when we first reviewed this. The first was the design of the room, both being that the tables are set in a square, made it difficult to get a very good view of all members of council. There was the bulkhead that exists between where the council table is and where the public would sit. And we also ran into problems with the rear projector because it forced people to shift away from the back table so that the projector was available for people. And all of that was complicated by the concept that we may have remote members in our meetings where they may be hybridized, where we have people in the room and we have people who may be coming in on Zoom, either to do deputations or to actually attend as members of the meeting. As such, we made a number of changes so that we could provide very good viewing capabilities for all members sitting at the table without having to shift their positions. We've made adjustments to the cameras so that we can make sure that all members of council are appropriately viewable on the displays and in the Zoom calls itself. And because we've taken away the large projector, we've also made some adjustments so that any members of the public who are sitting in the audience will also be able to see members who are on the Zoom calls and or their presentation documentation that they have at the same time. I'm available for any questions.
Questions, council? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution? That carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. A resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, is recommended that the staff be directed to add information to the neighborly living section of the town's website in order to provide information to the public, and specifically those who have and use or rely upon a generator, and for those who do not have or use generators. Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I could just highlight the report here briefly. Of course, generators are used to supplement power when the main power to a dwelling unit would go out, basically a power outage. With the research I've done, there's no requirements under building or zoning as to the placement of a generator. And I spoke to an installer, and as per the manufacturer's recommendations, it is recommended that the generator itself does not have an enclosure or walls around it. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions, council? Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not so much a question, just want to thank Andrew for looking into that. I really hope there's something that we can do going forward, because I don't think in residential areas it's that big a deal, but I think when we get around our beautiful lakes and with noise pollution and stuff like that, I think we should try to address that. Because I think we all realize that when you place your generator in, you try and place it as further away from your own property as you can, so you're not listening to noise, but then that ends up in someone else's backyard. Or it echoes across the lake, which takes that beauty away. So, but anyhow, thanks for looking into that, Andrew, and I hope that something in planning can look into going forward when they do some site plans where they placement of generators go. Anyhow, thanks for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an interesting one for me because we're in an environment now with more catastrophic storms, and more people are getting these generators for very important reasons. You know, some people have sump pumps that, if they aren't working, will flood their homes. I guess I understand what might be the issue here, but I think it's, in some instances, placement is not optional because of where they have to be in proximity to their fuel source, et cetera, and away from buildings in case something happens to it. And I'm sensing that, you know, it talks about power outages, but a lot of these generators will do will cycle automatically for maintenance. Not for very long, mind you, but they'll turn on and off on their own without anyone having any control over it. So it's a complicated one. You know, with more power outages, with more catastrophic storms, I think more people are getting them, and for good reason. But anyways, those are my comments. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andrew, for the report. I'm just echoing what others have said. I think it is a complicated one. I understand the value of having them, especially with an increased number of power outages. But I do think it is larger than just the lake areas. I know that I've heard from people in the rural area where I live, and people who maybe don't live up here and they're seasonals and they have a generator and they're automatically come on when the power goes out. And so I've heard from other neighbors who say they're not even up here and their generator goes on. So it is a complicated one. I'm glad we're looking at it. But it definitely more people are getting them. So best you can do. Good for you for looking at it. Good. Thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The site plan was mentioned by someone earlier in a comment, and it triggered something with me. Our generators now, especially if it's like a Generac, a built-in generator that automatically would come on, as Councillor Woodley was talking about. But are they now considered to be a part of a site plan, or should they be, or could they be?
So through you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Thompson, I did speak with the planning department. It is something they can look at as to the placement. The only requirement that I found was from the installer, and it was, I believe, it had to be 10 inches away from the structure, or a structure, if you will, in most cases, the dwelling unit. But again, I did speak with the planning department in regards to options about setbacks for these types of generators.
So, Your Worship, so that's something that could be considered by committee, I guess, before or when considering site plans then?
Yeah, through you, through Your Worship, to Councillor Thompson. Yeah, so it's not only just generators, but the air conditioners, the large square the cooling units, I guess is what they are, and even possibly pool circulating equipment that would be above ground is another option.
Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just add, Andrew is absolutely correct. With the community planning permit bylaw, there was some discussion with the first draft as to whether or not there should be exemptions for those types of structures, air conditioners, pool equipment, generators, and we have not included any exemptions at this point, so they would need to make setbacks for structures on a property, but through the community planning permit system, if they were being proposed, it would be something that would be reviewed as part of any approvals.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, I don't see any other questions. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries. And Andrew, you're still up. We have an bylaw enforcement staffing level, and this is a report for information.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to highlight the report, when bylaw receives a call, as we refer to as a call for service, it could be anywhere from a 5-minute phone call talking to someone, relaying some information, or they're looking for information about a bylaw, to taking a couple hours each day over several days to do a more elaborate investigation in the case of, you know, something like a dog bite, or the example I gave, I believe, was a farmer who has lost livestock due to predation. So a wolf or fox or coyote, something has killed one of the livestock. The numbers that I've provided since 2018, I believe with the little glitch in 2019, they are trending up. And the way things are going, I expect we're going to exceed 1,500 calls We do log the calls. We don't log any personal information, but just the basics as to the type of call and maybe a few words to jog our memory if we have to think back about it. So since I've started, I've been with the town now over 16 and a half years. The number of bylaws that have been passed that we are enforcing has increased significantly. And since that time, again, the 16 and a half years, basically we're at the lowest levels of staff we've been in for my whole time that I've been here. I believe I outlined what the staffing levels were previous and what they are now. So I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Council, you have questions of Andrew? Councilor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. When I'm going through this, I see we've gone from 2018 to almost 1,200 to 1,450, 13, 1,226 in 2021. Do you think that we could go back, Andrew, and look and just see how many charges we've placed over the last 5 years? So it'd be nice to see if they're if people are made accountable for not following our bylaws. I know we have to go out there, and a lot of times it's through an investigation process, but I think it's an important part is for people to set fireworks off, for example, during a no fire burn permit. Right?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Armour, to answer the question, I will be bringing a more comprehensive report, the annual report that I do. I believe it will be the end of November, and I will have those statistics right down to almost the day the report is approved, sort of thing. I like to get it as close as I can, but I will be bringing that in November.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, and I know we've had discussions previously around the table about complaints that we don't have enough staff and the level of service is not kind of there for what our taxpayers are expecting. I know when we had an open house at Port Sydney, there was maybe 40 attendees, and there was an underlying comment that they've never seen a bylaw officer, and there's a lot of infractions. So, and I know Councillor Weeb alluded to the last meeting he was at, that he thought maybe enforcement should move from more of a reactive nature to an active nature. I just want to start that discussion because it seems to be a general consensus that I'm hearing from my constituents.
Councillor Whitty.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually something I've spoken about before as well. I'm in favor of increasing our bylaw staffing contingent, and looking through the report, I would actually be in favor of option A, which might surprise people, but I do think there's just a lot more activity, a lot of new and different things coming up, and this is one of our core responsibilities, and we can't be dropping this ball, in my opinion.
Madam CEO, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to reflect on what's included in the report. So there is reference to a report that did come to Council a number of months ago, just with respect to the approach that we are taking. So as Andrew has noted, the approach is more of a passive approach or a reactive approach, whereby we do wait for complaints to come in. So I think to Councillor Withy's point, if there's a direction for staff to refocus on that approach, I would like to suggest that direction be given by committee, that we come back with a policy perhaps that would reflect that. I think the other important thing to note with respect to staffing is, as the town and district councillors are aware of, there's been a lot of discussion about the Police Services Board, and in discussions with our staff sergeant, that there is a possibility that through that board, that we actually might be able to utilize assistance with enforcing bylaws through that avenue. So I just think there's a lot of unknowns at this time about how that board's going to operate moving forward. But absolutely, if committee is looking for staff to take more of an active approach on bylaw enforcement, we absolutely will look at amending that policy and bringing some suggestions forward. We would just request that committee provide that direction by way of motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Stone.
Sorry. Yeah, I would like to see bylaw be more proactive for sure, and have staff bring a report back.
Okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I would agree with Councillor Stone, and to the comments that Councillor Fitzgerald had said. We had the open house and we have these signs at our beaches that no dogs allowed, and dogs are roaming around, and people are wondering where bylaw enforcement is in that. So, but by the time they've called, how long does it take for bylaw to get down there and investigate, right? So is there an opportunity for them to take some moments and be available at some of these sites and locations to enforce the bylaws that we put in place?
Okay, so Crystal, I'm assuming you're doing a resolution to move by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, to direct staff to bring back a report for increased bylaw presence or et cetera. And I'll let you do that, and I'll go to Councillor Thompson while you're doing that.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Actually, that you just answered my question. Actually, I was, I know we've always been our bylaw department's always been complaint driven, and that's been the way it's been since the years I've been on council. Yeah, but to change the policy, then definitely I'm with Councillor Withey. I mean, we have to improve our contingent, that's for sure. And so looking forward to the report. Thank you.
Okay. Have we given you enough time yet, Crystal? Will you throw that up on the screen for us, please?
I will.
So we have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. It's recommended the committee direct the bylaw department to take a more proactive approach in bylaw enforcement, and further that staff be directed to report back to General Committee on the resources required to enact this new approach. Questions? All in favor? That carries. Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of committee.
Okay, our next report is a lengthy report with 5 different recommendations in it. So I am going to ask, who's Director Maxwell, are you going to be presenting this?
Yes.
Do you want to break this report down into the 5 sections? Because I have 5 different recommendations, and or do you want to do the report and I'll deal with the recommendations separately after that, or I'll read one and we can deal with that portion first? How do you want to do it?
Good question. I think it might be easier if we go through the full report, because quite a few of the recommendations are tied to each other, and then deal with each recommendation separately afterwards, if that works.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you. So as has been mentioned, this is a lengthy report, and there are 6 different aspects to it. The first deals with the transfer payment agreement between the town and the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association. So that program, our MAT program, was initially proposed as a 3-year pilot project. And with the creation of the association, an agreement was drafted to outline terms and conditions of the program. Through discussions with the board, it was determined that a 2-year extension to the agreement is reasonable, and with a few changes that would be incorporated. So some of those changes would be that the 100% of the MAT revenue generated through the short-term rentals be retained by the town. A portion of the town's MAT revenue that would come from the short-term rentals would be directed towards affordable and attainable housing initiatives. If the town's total revenue collected through the short-term rentals exceeded 50% of the total revenue generated by the MAT, that would include the hotel portion, the surplus would have to be dispersed to the association, and that the association would be provided an additional 12 months to complete their tourism and organizational strategy. The one issue that we hadn't raised with the MAT board previously was concerning the contribution that was being provided by the town to the Chamber of Commerce. And we're suggesting that that contribution, the $50,000, come off the top of the MAT before it's being dispersed amongst the two parties. The next item that is linked to it is the town's budget policy with regards to the MAT revenue. We're proposing that it be amended so that we can reflect the changes outlined with the short-term rental accommodation revenue, so that the affordable housing initiatives would be considered eligible expenses, as well as updating it so that the collection and administration of the short-term rental MAT revenue and delivery and administration of programs would also be proposed to be included. The amendments are being proposed to the MAT tax bylaw, specifically to address some of the issues we've encountered with the short-term rental remittance and reporting. And Director McKenzie might want to add something in at this point.
Yeah, so just for the collection and remittance, the first one is the alteration would require that short-term rental hosts submit their remittance quarterly rather than on a monthly basis. And I just wanted to clarify because we did have a question about this. So when we bring back the bylaw, it wouldn't change the hotel's requirement to report monthly. It would only change the short-term rental providers to remit quarterly instead. And not just to make it a lot easier for staff and for the host to be able to report, because it is quite a lot of work for those small operators to report monthly. So we're recommending that they do it quarterly. And again, it would just be the short-term rental portion that would be changed in the bylaw. The other one is the other penalties. So as part of the bylaw update, we want to look at being able to levy administrative penalties so that wherever the MAT's not being collected or reported in accordance with our bylaw provisions. So that's just giving us a bit more flexibility on how we're making sure that money is being collected. The interest penalties, we want to amend this so that the town at its discretion can automatically assess the MAT collected for the provider for the purpose of determining amounts owing and the interest to be charged in the event of default. So right now we don't have necessarily a mechanism in place where we can go in and assess the amounts owing, because we don't know what those are until they're remitted or reported. So we need to have a mechanism where we can go in and make that assessment until they show otherwise what the amounts are collected that they've been collecting. And the last one is the changes to ownership and operation. So just requiring that any providers, if they are selling their property or business, that they are providing that information to the town so that we can ensure that we've cleared up their accounts before that sale transaction has taken place.
The fourth item in the report speaks to the short-term rental licensing and enforcement. And as we've noted, the MAT program was initially developed as a 3-year pilot project. With the licensing of the short-term rentals, it's been ongoing with the number of properties that are licensed increasing steadily. We've seen an increase in enforcement calls as well, mainly in regards to whether or not operating short-term rentals are licensed or not. In recognition of the staff time spent responding to inquiries and licensing requirements, staff are recommending that the fees be amended, which was also included in Director McKenzie's report for the user fees, so that it accurately reflects the cost to operate the program, and that the licensing also be continued on a permanent full-time basis. The fifth item deals with marketing and staffing resources. When it comes to marketing, the town has partnered with the Chamber of Commerce traditionally to promote the town from a tourism perspective, focusing on specific shoulder season events. And I do apologize, as there was an error in my report when it noted that the Chamber didn't meet the obligations of our MOU in 2020, as 2 presentations have been made to Council, which detailed how the town's contributions have been allocated. With the creation of the HMATA, it was anticipated that that board would take responsibility for tourism marketing. And as noted above, staff are recommending that the Chamber funding for marketing purposes be allocated from the MAT revenue before it's distributed to the HMATA. Town assets, programs, and initiatives do not traditionally form part of these marketing initiatives, and a significant amount of our existing marketing budget is allocated to the promotion and marketing of the theater and MHP. And we're proposing that this be reallocated so that those items are funded from the MAT through the budget policy amendments. With the addition of a communications coordinator, the town would be in a position to develop a strategic marketing plan. We have had significant commitments in a multitude of areas over the past few years that would be used to comprehensively inform a marketing strategy. These initiatives include things like branding, wayfinding, the economic development strategy, the community master plan, the waterfront development strategy, and business supports. We have reviewed options in regards to marketing and communications and have determined that the best way to move forward is with the addition of a communications coordinator. If we were looking to market one specific program on a one-off basis, it might be appropriate to hire a contractor or to outsource it. However, we need the ongoing support and resources, so it's more appropriate to have a full-time person in that role. Investing in the communications coordinator would provide the town the opportunity to refocus the department and allocate the staff resources so that we can achieve our strategic plan goals of greater communication at the same time as marketing our services, economic development initiatives, and allowing dedicated support for our tourism assets and initiatives. I will leave Director McKenzie to speak to the last item.
Thank you. So for number 6, so this is the MAT short-term rental collection piece. So what we're recommending here is having a part-time staff member on an ongoing basis dedicated to the collection and review of the MAT tax for the short-term rentals. It is a bit of a different beast than the hotel providers because right now we have 125 licensed hosts, and we do believe that there are quite a few more. So it is quite a bit of follow-up and hand-holding just to get that program up and running, and also just to make sure that people are remitting and collecting and remitting on a timely basis. So right now we're a little bit we're pushing to get people doing that reporting. But it is a work in progress, but we definitely need the resources behind it to be able to make sure that we're collecting all the money that that people are collecting at the other end. We fully expect that this position will pay for itself because right now, as I said, we're lagging behind on what we're collecting, and having that person in place, making sure they're dedicated to getting those up to date will make sure that we have money available to the town.
So all that being said, we're available to answer questions, and we also have Scott Oval here if there's specific MAT-related questions that Julie and I would need help with.
Okay, so as I said, council, this is broken down into numerous recommendations, and we're going to deal with them each separately. So the first one, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Councillor Stone, who's recommended that staff be directed to create a new 2-year transfer payment agreement with the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Association to include the amendments as outlined in Report Development 2021-112, and further that the agreement be approved and finalized to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services, and further that the associated bylaw be forwarded to the October council meeting. Just by way of information, this has not been formally agreed to by the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Board yet, although we have had discussions with them, and it was at their request that we were developing the new 2-year term. But they have not yet had a chance to approve everything we put into it. That meeting actually happens later today. So now I will open up the first part to questions. Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't mind the 2-year period. I would still like to have this characterized as a pilot program. I don't know. I'm concerned that if we recommend that this agreement isn't anymore, that it becomes carved in stone. I think there's so much changing in this area as far as the future that I would prefer to see this as still remain with pilot in there.
Okay, I agree totally, and I thought that it was still considered a pilot. Director Maxwell, can you confirm whether the intent of this is still a new 2-year pilot?
No, it was our intent to have it continue forward on a permanent basis. The amount of revenue that's being collected through the hotel portion of the map currently, it seems to be going well. There doesn't seem to be any of the initial concerns that were raised when the program was proposed. All seem to have been appropriately addressed, and we're not getting the same level of concern, I think, from people not coming to Muskoka because there's a MAT tax in Huntsville specifically, and them staying in Bracebridge or elsewhere instead. So that doesn't seem to be happening at this point, and I'll let, Director
Sorry, I wasn't talking about whether or not we were going to continue collecting the or having the MAT tax. It was the 2-year agreement with the current board that was the pilot program, and I thought that would still be a pilot program.
So the way the transfer payment agreement is structured is that the town has the opportunity to, at the end of the 2 years, to not continue with that format. And is specifically in relation to having that association be the designated tourism entity. That's something that can be reviewed at the end of the 2-year agreement.
Okay. Councillor Withey, are you more concerned about it, the program itself of collecting?
I'm concerned that words matter, and I think that it's important that pilot remains in there. I think that I heard what Director Maxwell said, but I think it's important that it's not ensconced like that, even though we have an option after a couple of years.
There are any other questions? Julia?
Just to clarify, is Councillor Withey, is he recommending that the pilot just be on the 2-year transfer payment agreement? Is that correct? The word pilot on that?
Right, we're talking about the first recommendation, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Can that be dealt with within the bylaw, or should it be within this motion? I guess the thing is that what we're doing is creating a new agreement at the request of the board. We're not really changing the intent of what we did. Had COVID not hit, we would be coming towards the end of our 3-year pilot, and then we would be reviewing it. So we could have simply extended it to 4 years, but we decided to write a new 2-year agreement in order to clean up some things. So I agree, the word pilot, if it was there, should still be there. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Doesn't the fact that it's a 2-year agreement in essence make it a pilot project?
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as noted by staff, it is a 2-year agreement, which would certainly imply that as the terms have outlined in the agreement, that at the end of that 2 years, unless it's extended, it would come to an end. And I would have Director Maxwell correct me if she feels differently. But if it's a matter of putting pilot, if there's a desire to put that back in the transfer payment agreement, because that's what is currently before committee today, is to amend that agreement. I don't think it's neither here nor there. I think we could put pilot back in, but the agreement still ends at the end of the 2-year term, as Councillor Thompson had noted. So Director Maxwell, if I have misspoke, please jump in.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, I assume that you'll have to move an amendment if we want to put the word pilot back in. Councillor Withey.
Thanks. I would move that.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Stone? Crystal?
Thank you. I do have an amendment prepared, but if I could just first go to actually the main as amended to make sure I've added the word in the correct location. So I'll share my screen now. So just confirming that pilot is in the correct location there.
I think so. Is that your intent, Councillor Withy?
He did a thumbs up.
Okay, sorry, I missed the thumbs up.
Sorry, I tried to get my thumb like right over the camera.
Sorry. Okay, moved by Councillor Withy, second by Councillor Stone, is recommended that the following word be added after the 2-year in the first paragraph pilot. Thanks, Crystal. All in favor? And that carries. And that brings us back to the main motion as amended. Any further questions on the main motion? All in favor? And that carries. Okay, recommendation number 2, moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that the municipal accommodation tax budget principles policy as attached as Schedule A to Report Development 2021-112 be adopted. Questions? Seeing none, I have one concern on it, and that is the addition of section F in the principles, which says administrative expenses related to short-term rental program and delivery of MAP programming, such as but not limited to staff time for collection of MAP revenue. The ineligible funding programs says that salary, wages, and benefits are not eligible with the exception of 2F. So we're making an exception that says that we can collect MAT revenues, we can pay for SWB to collect MAT revenues, and for staff time to assist with the creation or delivery of marketing materials and communication support. I don't agree with that. It's very open-ended, and it suggests that we can just continue to add staff to this program and fund them from MAP funds without any specifics at all. So I have a real problem with considering that part. Councillor Stone?
Yeah, I don't have a problem having somebody help collect it, because that's going to be, that's a huge job, I think, in following up. Now, you also mentioned in there that it's for marketing and advertising?
Yes. Staff time for marketing and advertising.
Yeah, out of MAT tax, having somebody hired to collect it makes sense to me. Having to market and advertising does not.
Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess on that point, it is saying specifically, though, related to MAP-funded projects or programs. So it is marketing assistance or materials, communication support for MAP-funded projects or programs. So I'm not sure that I'm getting the concern about that.
Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Worship. I am getting the concern about that. I think that I think you're right. We're starting to play around with the wordings in here, and we're heading down a path that I don't think can end well.
I'm actually going to leave the chair and ask Deputy Mayor Alcock to take the chair.
Okay. So. I know, okay, and then you want to raise your hand. I noticed Director Maxwell has her hand up. Do you mind if I go to Director Maxwell first?
Thank you, Chair Alcott. I was just going to respond briefly to some of the concerns and note that any budget allocations that we would be looking at would have to be approved through the budget process regardless. So that if we were proposing to fund something through the MAT revenue, Council would obviously have the ability to approve or disapprove the expenditures that we'd be proposing. But I would note that our existing marketing that is done, the little bit that we are able to do when the resources allow, we market things such as the Heritage Place and the Algonquin Theatre, and those costs that the town is already spending to market those facilities and those assets should more appropriately be coming from the MAT revenue. And that's why we put it in that way, so that the time that we're spending to market those things would be funded through the MAT if approved by council. That's what we were trying to highlight with that amendment.
Okay, appreciate it. Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Chair. So it's my concern, not so much with the staff time for the collection of MAT revenue, even though technically we're talking about short-term revenue because we have an organization that collects the hotel revenue for us. And that revenue, to collect $750,000 a year, costs us only $7,500. We pay this organization 1%. We will pay a part-time short-term rental collection person probably in the neighborhood of $30,000 to collect it. So I don't want to go down the slippery slope of all of a sudden starting to hire staff to do all these collections, because it's easier than going out and finding an organization or fighting for an organization to do it at much less money. So as much as I could approve the staff time for part one, I can't approve it for part two because it's too wide open. There are guidelines for how we use MAT money, and it can be used for marketing, but it was very specific in the original agreement, and is still in this. The salary, wages, and benefits are not an acceptable expenditure. So I'll support F1 for the collection of the short-term rental fees, but I won't support F2, and I will move a resolution to remove F2.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, and Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I am a little bit confused here. Is the recommendation for this person, this part-time person, dealing more specifically with short-term rentals? I know as Her Worship mentioned, 750,000 that comes from motels, hotels, et cetera, is a 1% cost to us, which is like, as you mentioned, $7,500. But is it then the short-term rental that's causing the concern here, Director Maxwell? And that's why the recommendation is for a part-time person to just work primarily then on short-term rentals? Is that where we're going with this?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. I'll let Director McKenzie speak to that.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, there is, I think, a lot less administration with the hotels, but I just want to mention, however, that it still is a lot of staff time that is required from the finance department on those hotels. So it's not just they collect it and then we're done with it. We spend a lot of time on that, and we just need to have those additional resources in place now that we're also doing the short-term rental. So that person would be focused on the short-term rental.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, are you satisfied? Okay, your hand's down. Okay, Mayor Terziano.
Yeah, if I can just point out, we're not at the resolution where we're dealing with the hiring of the short-term rental collection person. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the municipal accommodation tax budget principles. We're talking about the policy of budget principles, not about hiring a short-term rental person.
Right, more specifically, you mentioned section F, right? F in the policy principles document. So which refers to the administrative expenses related to the short-term rental program and delivery of MAP programming. So your motion, Your Worship, is suggesting that we just remove item 2 from section F. Okay, correct. I think you said correct. You're muted, but correct. And Councillor Stone.
I will second the mayor's motion to amend.
Okay. All right. So I am looking for Crystal. Are we working on a motion? Yes, we are. Isn't that great? Any other comments while anybody want to talk about anything else? Councillor Armour.
Thank you. Didn't want the silence in the air. So with removal of this, how would we fund this person for, if we're not, can't use MAP money for that?
I am going to ask, I see that Director Maxwell has her mute off, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm always mute off during this one, I'm afraid. Sorry, Councillor Armour, did you mean the short-term rental MAT collection position? That, yeah, I believe that would remain in with the mayor's proposed amendment because it was item 1 would remain in. If I may, I was only going to add something about the item 2, the one that the mayor has requested be amended. I think we maybe didn't explain it very well in the report, but ultimately we wouldn't be diving willy-nilly into any of the MAT revenue and suggesting that the MAT revenue be expended on staffing without a lot of consideration. The one thing I was thinking about that the streetscape communications that we've been doing for the past year and the marketing related to that has involved a significant amount of staff time. And I believe that that is the type of a project we'd be looking to fund through the MAT. When we're talking about the staff hours and the costs associated with that type of a program, we would want to have the ability to use MAT revenue to fund it as compared to having to try fund it off the levy. Because there's specific programs that would be supporting the principles of the MAT money. So that was all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thus the reference to MAT funded projects or programs in specifically identified in item 2. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Through you to Director Maxwell, then could you quantify then the amount of staff time? Has that been quantified by any means? The amount of staff time that has been allocated to this particular program?
At this time, we haven't drilled down on how much time would be allocated because it would really depend on what programs and what initiatives we were focusing on moving forward. So if, for example, we were looking at promoting the Muskoka Heritage Place for something other than just to drive visitation, we would perhaps allocate 20 hours of staff time or 10 hours, depending on what the program is. So we haven't gone into that much detail at this point because all of those programs and initiatives would also need to have budget considerations.
So further follow-up, if I might.
Mm-hmm.
So is it in the various directors that are that would be involved in this then, Director Maxwell, is there a significant impact on their particular time and their particular duties that could be quantified or even mentioned?
Director Maxwell?
I think actually Director McKenzie was going to speak.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Sorry.
I'm not sure if this helps or not, but I don't think what we're looking for is to allocate portion of our salaries of individual salaries to fund this. This would be for a very specific program. And I think it's important to note right now in the current policy, it does say programs or initiatives that are considered. So these are ineligible projects. So programs or initiatives that are considered part of the town's Huntsville's core business, unrelated to tourism or economic development, shall not receive funding through the MAT. So even right now, there is some wording that does allow for if we have costs that can be demonstrated that they are incremental to our core business. So we did have that report on Monday night on the skating rink, and that was the clause that I'd used for that. That's how we could quantify that, is that we do need those, and they're incremental. So it's additional costs on top of our core business to be promoting the tourism and economic development. But the intention would definitely not be to be allocating portions of our existing staff to those activities. So not sure if that helps or not.
Well, to your reference, it does specifically mention salary, wages, and benefits with the exception of 2F, right? So, Your Worship, would you like to comment, or you wait? I see Crystal's here.
Sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
just waiting for my amendment to come up.
All right, okay, and I see Crystal's here. So would you like to put it up on the screen? Thank you. So moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the following be added to the end of the motion with the following amendments. Removal of section 2.f. Would you like to?
Madam Chair, that should have just been 2.f.2.
Okay, Crystal's typing. Going up, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. So yes, if we're not then using Matt Tax for these particular things, then let me know, Kirsten, what levy are we taking it out of then for marketing?
If it wasn't a MAP related program that we would be looking to fund, then yes, it would be just our normal levy salary.
Okay, but if we're taking 2F out of here, does that mean that anything now comes out of that levy as well, or do we negotiate it still?
Any costs related to it would then have to come from the levy and not from the MAP budget.
Okay, Councillor Armour.
Thank you. Not so much on this one. Like, I'm okay with that, but should we also be including under D number 3, Ironman 70.3? Because that hasn't been approved yet. So why would we even include it in this? Just.
We're not at that yet, but it's related. I am, and at this point, perhaps the mayor would like to jump in and be chair anytime.
I'll come back.
But it's a good question. It is a good question.
No, and it is in the budget principles again, or the policy principles. It's under support of community events, and it's got Ironman 70.3 in kind. I would say, Councillor Armour, to that if we decided to support the Ironman staying, that we would if we committed to support them in kind, we could. It doesn't mean we're committing to it. It just means it's an eligible expense. Is that fair?
Well, with it in there, I don't see it. Okay, I guess you could say it's that. We could list a whole bunch of eligible expenses in there that wouldn't be approved, right? So
I think the only reason it's there is because it was in the original budget principles, because we did have a contract with them. So
I noticed that Mr. Oval has put up his hand and I think would like to speak to this one.
If I may, Your Worship, just to reduce some confusion around the Ironman, Councillor Armour, when we did the policy, putting Ironman in there, just using it as an example of when you're talking about third-party events. Like, you could look at that when we did the Hockey Canada event a couple of years ago. It's just trying to provide an example of what that would be. It by no means kind of locks it in that it's there. And further to that as well, that's kind of why we've put that wording in there, kind of such as or but not limited to. So just that might further the discussion later in the meeting, but it's really the intent there is to provide you with an example of what a third-party event could be. It's not saying it has to be that. It's just an example.
Well, thanks for that. I just find it a little cloudy, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, Crystal.
Thank you. So I've added in the 2. So if you want to take a vote on the amendment, and then I can bring up the main motion as amended.
Okay, is everybody clear on what the amendment? Do you need to see it one more time, or are we good? Just thumbs up if we're good. We're good on the amendment, or do you want to read it again? I'm seeing that. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And that's all those opposed? And that carries. Okay. Crystal, you're putting up the main motion? Okay. Moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Stone, the municipal accommodation tax budget principles policy as attached as Schedule A. Municipal accommodation tax budget principles policy as attached to Schedule A to Report Development 2021-112 be adopted with the following amendments. Removal of section 2.F2. Questions, comments? I can't. Seeing no, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay. I will now kick the, unless your worship, you want to remain there, would you like to take the chair back?
Sure. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Recommendation number 3, moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, is recommended that staff be directed to amend bylaw 2019-123 municipal accommodation tax bylaw to include the items outlined in report development 2021-112 and further that the bylaw be forwarded to the October council meeting. So this is basically just what we did with the accommodation tax board and to develop a bylaw. Is that correct, Director?
Sorry, yes, that's
okay. Questions? All in favor? That carries. Recommendation number 4, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, is recommended that the short-term rental licensing program continue on a permanent basis, and further that the short-term rental licensing coordinator position become a permanent position to be fully funded from the short-term rental licensing fees, and that the user fees associated with the program and the administrative penalties be adjusted as outlined in the report. Questions? All in favor? That carries. Recommendation number 5, moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor With. Addition of a communication coordinator position be added to the 2022 draft operational budget to be partially funded through the reallocation of marketing expenses to the town's portion of the MAP revenue, which will support the promotion of town initiatives and programming both to visitors and residents, with tourism-specific marketing initiatives being provided through the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association. Questions? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't agree with this one, so I would request that my name be taken off as seconder. I don't think I'm ready to agree to this at this point.
Can I get somebody else to second it just so that it's on the floor? Councillor Thompson, okay, thank you. Okay, so that same motion is seconded by Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. On this one, I just want to sort of reiterate from what I'm hearing from our Director of Development that the feeling is and I absolutely agree with this, that the town needs to focus very clearly, as you outlined. There are all sorts of initiatives that the town has undertaken that have an impact on economic development, and we touch on marketing for this program, we've got all sorts of ongoing activities, but most of our focus to date has really been on the communications of it. And from a corporate perspective, and I think we've talked about this as a council for a long time, we need to focus on a marketing strategy. And some of us might say, well, we've been doing that with wayfinding. Yes, those are all components of a marketing strategy, but we actually haven't really been developing a corporate Town of Huntsville marketing strategy yet. And so I know when I first read this, I was concerned because I thought, well, if that's the case, and I agree we need to do that, why are we hiring a communications coordinator? And so my question is, would the director mind reiterating for all of us why it is we're hiring the communications coordinator when in fact what we really need is a marketing strategy?
Thank you. Absolutely. I know it seems a bit awkward the way it's all been proposed. However, we have the ability to do the marketing with our existing staffing from a skills and expertise perspective, but we don't have the time to do it appropriately, which is where the majority of the focus of that division right now is dealing with communications only. So if we have the communications coordinator as an additional body within the department, we can then focus on marketing to a much greater extent.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Worship. It's not that I don't believe that this is an important thing. It's that I'm not quite sure that it's requiring a new hire. This might be something that may be better contracted to professionals, which could be more economical and give us some better results.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I apologize. I haven't been able to bring any of this up on my screen, but I'm just wondering if it could be cleared up. Where would the funding for this particular position come from?
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that question is very timely because I was just going to chime in to speak to that. I would like to request, with your permission, Madam Chair, for Director Maxwell. Now the fact is that we've removed F2 from the policy. The financial piece outlined in the report, is it fair to say is probably not accurate at this time? I do believe the purpose of adding that section in and the funding of this position was outlined in the financial section, whereby we were hoping that expenses that could fall under the MAT funds could be reallocated from an existing budget. So currently, I guess one could say, we do have expenses that are related to tourism and would fall under the requirements of the MAT funding. We do currently have those in operational budgets, which hit the levy. So Director Maxwell undertook a process whereby she looked at the existing marketing budget. She looked at expenses that would qualify to be funded potentially from the MAT money, therein reducing the levy that would help offset funding the position. So again, Director Maxwell, if I am speaking out of turn, I would ask you to speak up, but I think because we've removed F2 from the policy, I would like to request that this probably be deferred because the funding piece that goes with this recommendation, I think it's fair to say, is no longer accurate. And if Director Maxwell can confirm if that is true, and if it's not, please, that's my understanding.
No, thank you. I was just reviewing to make sure that what we had done was look at existing levy marketing budget that's allocated towards marketing, specifically for items such as digital marketing costs, print marketing costs, things like that, that I could, if council agreed, we could reallocate that and spend that out of the MAT revenue and then maintain the existing marketing budget that comes off the levy. So it really is just staff time that we wouldn't be able to charge to the MAT revenue with the removal of 2F2. So I think it still maybe is appropriate, but I'll ask Director McKenzie to weigh in as well.
Julia?
Yeah, so Director Maxwell is correct in that. So it was actually moving the contracted services over to the MAT, so we still are okay. And we would have the SWB as part of the marketing budget. So once you took out the $50,000 that we're moving over to the MAT for the contracted services, there'd be remaining about 37,000 that we'd have to put onto the levy. So we wouldn't be able to take that from the MAT, but we have identified in the report that it would increase the levy by about 37,000 to have that position in place.
But just for clarification, Madam Chair, so because we've made the amendment to the policy, it's actually the full amount that would have to be added to the levy now, correct? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Alpha.
Thank you, Your Worship. I confess now I feel a little bit confused. I almost feel like this item should be deferred as suggested and with a little more detail, because when I look at the item that we deleted, it's making reference to staff time to assist with the creation or delivery of marketing materials. And that is not, to me, the delivery of an entire marketing strategy. They're two different things. So, and maybe I misheard what the CAO said, but I just feel a little confused now as to where the money was coming from for our new focus on a corporate marketing strategy. And that what we deleted is not that, doesn't do that. So I'm confused, and maybe we need to refocus this particular section.
I think the whole idea of the addition of the communication coordinator is not really talking about marketing. I certainly support the fact that we need to market some of our facilities better, our theater, our MHP, our trails, our Lions Lookout, all of the things that have been identified that people don't know anything about in town. But I think we need an actual marketing plan to say how we're going to do this. And I don't think we have that before us yet. And hiring a communication coordinator is not a marketing plan. We had a part-time communication coordinator through Streetscape to do that coordination. It wasn't as if our marketing manager had to do that. We had hired somebody specifically. So I honestly support that we need to do some more in-house marketing, whether it's through additional staffing or through a contractor, but we need a plan before us in order to approve it. Not something that says we should hire a communication coordinator. Madam CAO, is your hand up again or still up?
It's up again, Madam Chair.
Okay.
So just if I can certainly, because the information really isn't flowing in the report now with respect to the funding piece and the financial section of the report, I would like to suggest that this be deferred. And what I'm hearing is that there is a desire for staff to come back with a proposal with respect to potential contracted services and also with a marketing plan. So Director Maxwell, I'm not sure if you would like to specifically indicate what direction would be helpful, but I do feel at this time, because the policy has been amended and the funding source has now changed, I would be happy to explain that again, but I think we're at a point where we do need to come back with this.
Director Maxwell?
I support a deferral if committee is looking for more information in any area. I would just like to have it in a resolution so that we know specifically what to focus on.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the CEO and Director Maxwell for taking the words out of my mouth, because I think that we need a full report on this coming back to us so we can make a better decision, educated decision.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a motion to move to defer. Seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Crystal.
Thank you. I have prepared a motion if you'd like me to bring it up.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It's recommended that recommendation 5 in report development 2021-112 municipal accommodation tax program updates 2021 be postponed to allow time for staff to report back with a comprehensive marketing plan and the potential for contracted services. Questions? Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I totally support this. My comment though is, so we're asking Director Maxwell to come back with the actual marketing plan, or how we might go about achieving a marketing plan, getting there, because in essence, what this motion is doing is sending Director Maxwell back to say, what is our marketing plan? And to me, I think there might be, it's like the first phase, I would have said, we're asking Director Maxwell to come back with a process as to how we're going to achieve a broad marketing in-house plan.
Yeah, I think it should probably read that we're looking for an outline of how you would propose to market our assets better, whether it be through additional staffing or a contract.
Right, right, exactly. Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher.
Following Councillor Alcock, and that was exactly, I was going to ask Kirsten or Director Maxwell if that was really in the body of what she needed, but I think we've now tweaked it to what she actually does need.
Crystal, did you make any changes, or are we?
I did. Would you like me to pull it up quickly?
Sure. Thank you. So to report back with a comprehensive marketing plan outline and the potential for contracted services. Director Maxwell, are you comfortable with what we're looking for?
Yes, thank you. That's perfect.
All in favor? That carries. And the final recommendation from this report, moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alcock, is recommended that a part-time short-term rental financial administrator be retained to administer the collection of the short-term rental municipal accommodation tax revenue to be first funded through the short-term rental licensing fees if there are overages, with the remaining costs being funded from the short-term municipal accommodation tax revenues generated from the program. Questions? All in favor? And that carries. Okay, Council. We're getting there, but we still got a ways to go. Are people looking for a lunch break, or do you want to keep going? Speak out. Keep going. Thumbs up for keep going. Thumbs up for lunch break. Oh, we're jumping. So we're pretty much tied.
How about 5 minutes?
Can we do what? Can we take 10 minutes? And then if somebody actually wants to make a cup of coffee, they can. Let's be back here at 12:19 sharp. Okay, it's 12:19, council. Did everybody get something to eat or a cup of coffee?
You're doing great with the timing, Your Worship. Although I might point out that the biggest delay we had was caused by you, but hey, that's just part of the game, right?
Well, yes. I have to agree with you. I did cause a bit of a delay there. We weren't going to make noon anyway, so.
No, that's true. That's true. As long as we're finished in time for cocktail hour, we're all good.
All right, here we're coming back now. Couple more. We actually just have, I think, 3 more reports and then a closed session, so we're not doing too badly. All right, we're short a couple counselors, but it is 12:21. Going into operations and protective services, I'm going to read the first resolution. Moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that staff be directed to add $30,000 to the 2022 draft capital budget for council consideration for the placement of a public dock at 13 East Court, including an access trail, signage, park furnishings, and off-road parking to be funded from the Working Funds Reserve. And further, that an additional $4,000 be added to the draft operating budget for council consideration for regular maintenance to be funded from the levy. Colleen, are you doing this one?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. If you recall, back in August, we had residents from the Vernon Shores area come forward and make a formal request for the municipality to maintain a public dock parkland space there at the 13 East Court. The municipality owns a road allowance as well as a full lot beside it. So I have put together a recommendation here with some associated costs. I will note that the capital cost as well as the operational costs are estimates. Staff will endeavor to do the installation and all the required workup leading to the installation at the most efficient way possible as far as layout, etc. There are a few unknowns, to be honest. There is an existing crib there that we know we'd have to reface. But we don't actually know what the structure's like underneath. So there could be some unforeseen things there we have to deal with. And the slope there, the terrain is a bit challenging. So we'll lay it out and get the installation done in the most efficient and practical way possible.
Questions, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Colleen. Colleen, is the address correct? I thought it was on North Drive.
So it's right at the intersection of where East Court. I can bring up a map if you'd like me to share a map.
No, it's okay. I now see where you're going with this. This is the road allowance from East. That would be the extension of East Court then.
It's off of East Court, actually.
Right. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Right.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Colleen, for the report proposal. I know it's a little thing we've been working on for a long time to get more people access to waterfront. So I'm fully going to support this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Withey.
Thanks, Your Worship. Colleen, you mentioned, and I think it's in the next one too, cribs. Is crib docks, I thought we were using floaters for these things, or if you could just expand a little bit on what exactly is going on there, because to rehab old cribs sometimes is, you're just sort of throwing good money after bad. I know this from crib docks at my cottage. It's can become a nightmare pretty quick. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Terziano. This situation, there is an existing crib dock. We may have to completely replace it with we can use a pile driving system. Certainly on the next report, there is not an existing crib. So the crib would be sort of the structure that is anchored to land, and then a floating section would be an extension of that in both situations. So the two scenarios, this report and the following one, have some similarities but some differences, being that this one actually has a crib and a floater. Should council give us direction to move ahead with this, then we'll talk to the people who have got the crib and floater on site, see if any of that is going to be left for us to use as a starting point. And so, as I said, there are a few unknowns at this point, but should you give us the direction to move forward on this, we'll do our best to make the most common sense, practical solution come about.
Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have another question, or your hand's still up? I think it was still up. Okay, I absolutely support both these docks. I just question the source of funding. I believe Parks Reserve should be considered, but we can discuss that at budget time. So I'm fine to support the resolution as it is now. All in favor? That carries. And a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Withey, is recommended that staff be directed to add $25,000 to the 2022 draft capital budget for council consideration for the installation of a public dock at 167 Hunters Bay Drive for public use, including a new crib and park amenities such as picnic table, garbage can, park signs, to be funding from the working funds reserve, and further an additional $3,000 be added to the draft operating budget for council consideration for regular annual maintenance to be funded from the levy. Questions? Oh, Colleen, you want to speak to anything first?
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So similar to the previous report, this outlines estimates of what it will take to provide an adequate crib, floating dock, and then the other park amenities, as well as the operational dollars talk to the maintenance of the site.
Questions? All in favor? That carries. Thanks, Colleen.
Thank you.
We have a resolution moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas recommendation GC 1821 postponed a decision on a contract renewal with Trisport Event Inc. until after the 2021 event had been held. The 2020 event was held on August 29th, 2021, and whereas the current 3-year agreement with Trisport Event expired after the 2021 event, and whereas the expired agreement with Trisport Inc. allows for an additional 3-year renewal at the end of the 3-year term. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the expired agreement be extended for additional 3 years to include July 10th, 2022, July 9th, 2023, and July 7th, 2024. And further that the provision regarding the financial contribution from the town in the amount of $25,000 be removed. And further that the in-kind contribution be funded from the town's portion of the MAP revenue. And further that the 2021 run route on Appendix 4, Brunel Road full closure, be approved by council for the 3-year term of the renewal. And further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any necessary documentation to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Services. Greg.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano, and through you. The reason for the report is to provide a review of the 2021 events and Trisport Inc. has requested the 3-year extension as per the current contract that just expired, as well as they've asked for an additional request to have one run route as opposed to having to find a new run route each year, just to be consistent for the remainder, for the potentially the next 3 years. And I'm available for any questioning, discussion.
Questions, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it's critical that we continue on with this contract. However, with one proviso, and that would be that we never ever again allow for a full road closure for this event or any other event of this kind, because I think this can be done. It's been done in the past without a full road closure. And I think if with the Trisport people and our staff get together on this, I think we can find a solution. But the full road closure just caused so much problems and so many problems this past year. And I think initially we initiated the full road closure because of what was going on Main Street and so on and so forth. But that's no longer a factor. So, or wouldn't be a factor by 2022 at least. So I'm okay with this. I just am totally against the full road closure aspect of this particular resolution.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Thompson on that point. And the other point I would like to make is I would like to see this move out of the summer months as well. I don't think there's anything wrong with, the week after Labor Day or something like that. Not only is the town less congested, the weather still is fine enough. I mean, they're all swimming with wetsuits on, which is really the big issue, I think, with whether the water's warm enough or not. I just don't think we need this kind of stuff in the summer months, and it'll help drive people into town when it's not so busy as well, meaning the contestants, whether it's earlier in June or after Labor Day. I don't like these dates right smack in the middle of July, as well as the no road closure thing.
Councillor Stone.
I think that we will be tarred and feathered if we just rubber stamp this and let this go ahead. Last year was such a fiasco and was ridiculous. Should never have happened. Everybody that I spoke to said, I'm happy with I'm not even happy. I'm content to live with a 4-hour closure. And then it was closed way too early and way too late and just caused problems. So if it were to go ahead like this, I would absolutely need, some repercussions or some mechanism that's going to make sure that it is only those 4 hours. I prefer to not have full road closure at all, as Councillor Thompson said. I agree with Councillor Withey that it would be great to move it out of the summer months into the shoulder. Great for us. I don't know that it's feasible for Trisport or to actually do that. So can I ask staff, can they live with a partial road closure? And well, let's start with that.
Greg?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, with the congestion of having both the run race and the bike race on Burnell Road, if that's the route that would have been that gets selected, they have to have the full closure from Veterans Way until North Mary Lake Road. They wouldn't be able to have all the pedestrian traffic and all the bike traffic at the same time, in addition to cars. That's the way it was presented and dealt with by the SEAT team.
As a follow-up,
sure.
So can it be moved out of July into the end of August, early September?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, this time, no, it can't. There's no other date options for Ironman. They've got to fit that into their entire yearly schedule, and there's no opportunity to move it because of other events that have gone into those places.
And just one further one, if I may. So finally, if there were to be a 4-hour full road closure, how can we ensure that it doesn't end up being 1 minute more than that?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, on that note, that was exactly what was planned for as requested by council, that it would be a 4-hour closure. That's what the C team planned for. That's what the town planned for. And that's what the Ironman organizer planned for. It was beyond everybody's control what happened that morning as to why the early closure was there. As I had noted in the report, it was OPP's sole decision to for the safety of the community. They made a call due to the weather that morning. It was torrential rains. There was a lot of people out and about, and that was the reason the decision was made. We couldn't stop the closure, like even if we wanted to. It was not possible.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Unfortunately, I think you're going to hear a lot of the same things coming, but the road closure aspect, I debate that because OPP did introduce that full closure, but my understanding of a full closure means pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, and vehicle traffic. So they totally had a disrespect for the bylaw that we passed here at this table, or via Zoom, I guess. So I don't agree with that. And I don't understand why they have to close 3 kilometers and not all of Bernal Road, because what makes it unsafe or safer when you cross the bridge than before the bridge? I don't understand that aspect. As for the months in July, I think that's terrible. Like, don't get me wrong, I support Tri-Sport. I support actually the athletes. They are amazing people, and what they do is just, beyond me. It's something I could never do. But I don't support them coming into our town and taking it over. And I think we need to respect the constituents who live in that area and what happens to those people. And I have a lot more, but I'm going to let other people go.
Right, Councillor Schubacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. And yeah, a lot of the same. I mean, I understand, Greg, they have their set of races that they do. I guess, is there any discussion that they can move ours to, or even could ours be one of the first ones in May that they do in the rotation of the different events that lead up to whatever qualifying event or whatever? Is there any discussion with them to say, we're willing to have it, but we would like it, yeah, maybe earlier as opposed to in the middle of July or August? I'd like to maybe get some feedback from them on that as an option. Again, I do support it coming to town. I mean, I've participated in, races in Ottawa, and the locals know you don't go into town on Ottawa race weekend, right? It is sort of that, but not everybody works Monday to Friday. And there are people who work on a Sunday. And when you close that road, we are a seasonal business in the town. If you're going to do it in July, you have seasonal people who are trying to get to work on a Sunday. And they were anticipating a closure, trying to work around it. I get that. But then when we extend it, which I get was not within your control, but where's the conversation? And if OPP are going to come in and take over, then maybe we completely close the event for the day. I don't know what the answer is, but it's not fair to those people who miss out on work and miss out on employment opportunities because they can't get to their job on that particular day too. So we have to, take into account our constituents and the fact that not everybody works Monday to Friday and needs to get to work on a Sunday. So yes, not a complete road closure if at all possible. I get the safety aspect. I do understand it. If we are going to do the road closure, I would like to know that it's going to be stuck to within the hours that are adhered to and that we advertise.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I won't repeat everything that everybody else has said. I just want to say I absolutely support the 70.3. I think it would be an incredible loss if we lost it. And so I think that's an important event for our town. It has become a very important event for the people that are part of that circuit. So I absolutely support it. I don't really like, though, it's sort of, you feel like you're between a rock and a hard place on this, because Greg, and I know you're just delivering the message, but it sounds like, no, we can't change the date, even though there's a lot of concern about the date. And two, it's got to, because of safety reasons, what you said about it has to be full closure. But as I recall, 70.3 hasn't always been full closure, road closure. We had alternative routes. And I guess because it ends up or is part of the downtown, that is maybe the reason why. And I feel like, given all of the comments that have been made and all of the concerns, especially of the last one, that you know, if we keep the date in the middle of the summer because that can't be changed, then there has to be movement on the other issue because of all of the issues that were raised. So that would be my hope, and I would think that I guess I'm asking, Greg, can you go back and discuss the route and the ability of not having a full road closure somewhere?
Through you,
I
Mayor
think-
Trujillo? Oh, sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Greg.
The dates, there's no date flexibility in the Ironman schedule for 2022 and beyond. That flexibility is not really there. We would have a hard time to host the event in June or September due to the Summit Center. It's a 4-day event setup. It sets up on Thursday and we share the parking lot with the school. So logistically, we could probably figure out a way to do it, but it'd be pretty tough to try and relocate during school time from our end too, but it's not an option. We've gone back to Ironman at length almost every year, to be honest with you, to ask them to move it back. Originally, it used to be in September. When we hosted the full Ironman, that got moved to July. The full Ironman was in August, and they shifted their whole schedule at that point, and I believe it's Mont Tremblant that is at the end of August, and that's what's displaced us, and another event in Lake Placid, I think, on their proximity. There are, due to the location at the Summit Center regarding the routes, there are 4 routes that were presented in the report. All 4 routes have been done before. Unfortunately, there's no other routes, there's no 5th route to be had. So we've tried all 4 routes. 3 of the routes did not require full road closures. The 2017 route, we had issues with the backups at Main and Center. It was taking up to an hour just to cross Main and Center. So they've all had their drawbacks. 2018 is a Highway 60 route, and there was a lot of congestion at Rogers Cove and King William, causing issues to the Canadian Tire. So not the preferred route from the OPP. And then in 2019, we went back again across Main and Center with a longer route, trying to spread it out. And unfortunately, that one didn't come through with good feedback either. So all 4 routes have had an impact on the community some way or the other. The full road closure down Brunel Road seemed to avoid the downtown core, and the BIA supported it not being in that area as well. So that's why the presentation's there. All 4 routes can be done, and only one of them requires a full road closure.
Greg, I'm just going to weigh in quickly. I mean, we fully respect the people who support the Ironman, and we fully respect the event that's been held here for some dozen years. But we also have to respect the people who are displaced. When we decided back when we approved this, they were asking for an approval and an extension going forward, and we said we were going to wait and see how 2021 panned out. And I think we've seen that 2021 did not pan out as good as some people think it did. One of my concerns is we only had about half the participants we usually had. So how well is that actually going to pan out if we go back up to the full number of some 16 or 1700 versus maybe 900? The full road closure, it didn't work. My phone rang off the hook that day. I certainly assured people that I would never support a full road closure again in the town of Huntsville for a triathlon, and I will stick to that. I will work with the organization to see if we can find a route that works for them. If we absolutely have to have it in the summer, I will bend to that, even though I think we should work harder to get it out of our core season. But I will not support a full road closure, and I think our town is big enough that we can find a route that works. And it doesn't have to be just because the 3 we've come up with so far didn't. We need to tweak some of them, but I won't support a full road closure. And I think I'm hearing from the rest of council, it's very unlikely that they're going to. So I see a few hands up again. Councillor Stone.
So I was unsatisfied with the answer to my original question. And so I'll ask, is there a mechanism that can be put in place that if there was a full road closure, it wouldn't be 1 minute more?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, the town has to defer to the OPP on that one, Councillor Stone, and we don't have the ability to control what the OPP do. They're in charge of the road safety and the community safety.
Further to that, we couldn't guarantee a 4-hour closure would be 4 hours. There's no way we can guarantee that. We knew that the road was closed longer than the 4 hours this past year, and we only had half the participants. So that's a no-brainer that we can't guarantee a 4-hour closure. Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to start by saying that I support the triathlete community here, and it would be a shame if we lost this. But I just get the sense that we're dealing with a partner here that just is not interested in negotiating. It's basically, these are our rules. This is what we can do. We're constrained here and elsewhere. And, you know, sometimes these kinds of things end in an impasse, and you might have to unfortunately part ways. I just find that there's a lot of inflexibility here. There's not enough recognition of how screwed up this summer was with it. And you know, has anyone talked to Deerhurst again or Hidden Valley about moving back out there or something like that? I mean, we just get this report that says, here are our demands, and if you don't give in, we're gone. So sometimes, you know, as much as we love triathletes and there's a lot of local support for this stuff, I agree with the mayor when she says there's a lot of constituents out there that don't like this stuff that we have to listen to as well. I just find it, I almost feel like I'm being strong-armed on this, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to support this as is at all. There's got to be some flexibility there. There's got to be some more research, more imagination put into this if we're going to make this work. And if you talk about the issue with the schools being in when we do this, I mean, if it was moved out of the Summit Center somewhere else, like back to Deerhurst or Hidden Valley or somewhere, then that's solved. Or you do it right at the end of June before the July long weekend when schools are out. Whatever. We got to think this through rather than just throwing something up here that says basically, you know, we're fabulous. Your town needs us, and here are our demands. I just don't like the sounds of that one bit. So I definitely will not be supporting this today for sure. Thank you. Sorry for the rant.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think just to recap, so prior to going into discussions and negotiations with Ironman, staff were very much aware of the concerns of council. So there's a few pieces. If we break it up, the first is the date. In discussions with Ironman, they have confirmed that they are not willing to change the dates. Correct, Greg? Just a nod, thank you. So that's the first step. Second step is they have confirmed that we need to have a full road closure for the safety of the participants. And I do think that our emergency services would probably state that. Greg, is that a fair statement or not? Sorry, Madam Chair, if I can ask questions directly of Greg.
Sure.
Yeah, for that route specifically, we require a full road closure. And to answer earlier what Councillor Armour had said, the reason for the 3 kilometers is that's the section of the road that has both the bike and the run. Once you get south of the bridge, it's just the bike. So that's why the road's able to open south of the bridge, is it's not a dual 2 events, biking and running. The other 3 routes that are in there that have all been exhausted, all do not require full road closures. They just have different impact on the community and different complaints that came in. So we were just always trying to find a route that had the least amount of impact.
But the key thing is Ironman is not prepared the date, correct? To change the date.
They cannot change the date. It's not possible through the Ironman schedule.
I think that's a key factor, Madam Chair, if I can get that. Thank you.
Okay, just further to that, I'm coming right to you, Councillor Armour, but just further to the whole idea of the road closure. The road closure is, full road closure is required because they run and bike on the same portion of the road. They obviously need the flexibility to look at a different run route or a different bike route. They've always done that in the past, and that's why we didn't need full road closures. Councillor Withey's right. There's no flexibility here with the organizers of the event. If they absolutely can't change their date, perhaps we're going to be flexible enough to consider the July date still, but they need to be flexible with the route then. I sense right now that council's not going to approve this resolution, and I think that perhaps we should put a resolution on the table that suggests we go back and negotiate what would be acceptable to council in order to keep the event here. Councillor Armour, sorry, I jumped in before.
That's fine, Your Worship. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. I think that this current motion on the floor that Greg's brought forward, I think we should defeat this and send Greg back to the organizers and say, these are our demands, basically, not your demands. And if you want to hold the event in Huntsville this year, we need to meet somewhere in the middle on this, because I think we're all hearing the same thing here. Road closure, dates, impact on the community. So thanks for your time.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I totally understand and appreciate why they have to be inflexible with their date, because with other communities, I'm sure they have contracts as they do with us. And so those dates have to be carved and so on. So I totally appreciate that. But I agree with you, Your Worship. I think we should, put this on the hiatus for just at least until council next, or whatever special council, whatever it requires to deal with this, because it needs tweaking for sure. And so I'd be totally in support of tabling this for the day, and dealing with it, dealing with our concerns and our needs with regards to this going forward, and then dealing with it down the road.
Crystal, will you start a resolution moved by Councillor Thompson to defer this to the next council, or table to the next council? And I'm going to go on to the next speaker while you do that. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to echo a lot of what everybody's saying. It's not that we don't want the event here. Like, all of us are saying we want the event. We enjoy the event. It brings a lot to Huntsville, and we appreciate, the participants and the side business and everything else that it brings. But what we are looking at, which Councillor Withey brought up, I mean, I remember back in the day when it started out towards Deerhurst and they were running out towards that way. So if they're not going to budge on the date, is there a way that we can host it in July and find a different route that is going to be more responsive to our community in July, knowing that we have seasonal workers, knowing that we have, a lot going on in July as well as a community, and for them to consider that, because as Councillor Withey and Mayor Terziano said, right now it's feeling like these are our demands from Trisport, and any other community would want to have us, so you should just sign up on board with what we're saying. And we don't necessarily want to go that route. We want it to be collaborative.
Greg?
Just to note on the routes, the OPP had noted, and they are watching right now, and just noted that this was the first year they've had no incidents. So the safety of the event was better with the road closure. They just want to put that out there. But there are 4 routes in the reports, and we've exhausted all the options. So Nick from Trisport is available today. He's available to be brought onto the call as we're talking about it, because they're under some constraints to be able to get this event announced in October for next year. We can't bring this back, of course, with an issue. But those 4 routes that are in the course are in the reports. They don't have any other route if the Summit Center is the base. And we've explored looking for lots of other locations. Deerhurst is not an option at this time right now, but we've looked for other town-owned spots. There is no other spot that can accommodate having the water and the parking area for the transition zone. So the 4 routes that are in there, you know, those are the only real ones that they have available. They can't go up town line. You can't have them change their playing surface. You can't have them run up town line hill. The road's too steep, so it's a no-go for them right off the bat. It doesn't meet their requirements. So that sections of our town come up with those physical limitations on it. And that's why these 4 routes have been presented and have all been tried and all been had various effects on the community. So they just don't have a 5th route.
Councillor Armour?
Just a quick one. When you talk about routes, Greg, through you, Mayor, have they ever investigated Port Sydney area for event with this? They have a transition at the community center, et cetera. The lake's right there. Just a thought.
Through you, Mayor Terziano, they have the parking area was not large enough.
Crystal, have you got something for us yet? Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Greg, just to confirm, we've heard so far that Ironman was not flexible in the date. Can you confirm if Ironman is flexible in the selection of another route, or if they are firm on this route?
In conversations with Nick from Tri-Sport, they don't have these 4 routes can all be used. The athletes do not like the Highway 60 route at all. That's the route that's least favorable. The routes through downtown both worked fine for them, and the Burnell Road route. But yeah, there's.
So Ironman is open to one of the other 4 routes.
Absolutely, they can do those routes. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you for that clarification.
Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my question was answered. I figured, you know, well, maybe there isn't a 5th route, but we just have a rethink of the other routes that have been tried and look at the one that is the best out of the lot, right? So there is an alternative route that we can discuss with them. And I think that's what I heard that the mayor would like to do.
Crystal?
Thank you. Just for some clarification, then we are postponing to allow staff time to work with Tri-Sport to bring back one of the other 3 routes. Is that what I'm hearing then?
I think the council is clear that they will not support a full road closure. So an alternative route will need to be I mean, I remember the meeting we had a couple of years ago at the Summit Center with all the routes up in a public meeting, and there were some options over there that were discussed and quickly said, no, that won't work, but I don't buy that. So, and I don't buy that the Burnell Road route can't work without a full road closure, but you'll have to come up with a different run route so that they're not running and biking on the same stretch. There's ways to do this. It's just that everybody has to come to the table prepared to come up with a new way, not set with this is the only thing that's going to work. So yeah, I think so, Crystal, to come up with an alternative route. Otherwise, I suspect council doesn't want to approve this.
If I may share my screen.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that report CS 2021-12 Ironman 70.3 contract renewal and 2021 event follow-up be postponed to allow time for staff to work with Tri-Sport Event to propose an alternate event route that does not require a full road closure. Thanks, Crystal. Any further comments, Councillor Armour?
I see you second that with my name. That's fine. I wasn't seconding it. I just flashing my arm around.
Oh, are you okay to be the seconder?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Madam CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarification with respect to the date. If staff can negotiate an alternate route that does not end up in a full road closure, are you still okay with the July date?
Counselor Withy? Counselor, you're on mute.
Sorry. I would still like to go back, push back on that one. And a question, are we even sure that the map board will pay for this?
But that's neither here nor there for us.
But if they don't, then who pays for it? We do, right?
No.
Oh. Who pays for it?
We're only agreeing to the in-kind.
Okay.
We're not putting any cash outlay in this contract. Councilor
Okay.
Armour?
Thank you. I'm not good with the summer date either, so I think we need to look at another date.
I mean, it wasn't held in July this year. It was held August 29th this year at their request. So I wonder if the date should not be negotiable.
Madam Chair, if the Deputy Clerk can include that in the resolution, then staff will have clear direction on what we're negotiating with Ironman. Alternate date outside of August and alternate route that doesn't include a full road closure. And then we can go back to Ironman and have that discussion.
Sorry, is
Councilor
it
Schumacher?
alternate date outside of July is when it's normally held, but they did hold it in August this year. So
Yeah.
if that's amendable.
Crystal?
I did make that change. Would you like me to bring it up again?
Yeah, yes, please do. Okay, recommended that report Ironman 70.3 event follow-up be postponed to allow staff time to work with Trisport Event to propose an alternate event route that does not require a full road closure and or an alternate date outside of July 1st through to Labor Day weekend. That's a negotiation, so. All right, all in favor of that? Opposed? That carries. Okay, thank you for that, Greg. Under new business, Dion, I know you have to leave, are you? I understand that, yeah, thank you. Under new business, we just have the Muskoka Hornets request, and do we want a staff report to come back for that, or? Councillor Stone?
I'm happy with the naming of the diamonds, but I'd like a staff report regarding the batting cage.
Yeah, you know what, I think we should, even with the namings, because the naming of the George Selkirk diamond was before council many years ago, and it was defeated at that time. And perhaps if we're looking at naming the diamonds, we should be looking at some kind of a process to name all 4 of them, not just 2 out of 4. So I don't know, maybe a report with options would be a good idea. Councillor Armour?
I was just going to suggest that maybe we should do a town survey of some sort to see how the community feels. Like Selkirk, I know he was here in his younger age, but he moved on. He did do a lot for baseball. It was hardball in the States mainly. But I think if we get some kind of report, that'd be great.
Do you need a resolution for that, Madam CAO, or?
I'm okay with the Remington name though.
Yeah, I think it would be very helpful. I think the survey would be a great idea, that staff be directed to conduct a survey with respect to the renaming of the Macaulay Robertson Ball Diamond. And we can conduct that and report back to council or the committee at the next meeting. So I do think that a report coming back from staff with respect to the requests of Mr. Haynes this morning would be a great idea, Madam Chair.
Okay. Crystal, sorry, one more resolution.
If I may share my screen.
Yeah, please do. We have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to investigate the potential of a memorial installation at Macaulay Robertson, the potential of a building a batting cage beside Diamond F and associated costs, and further that staff be directed to conduct a public survey on the potential of renaming Diamonds A and F after Stan Remington and George Selkirk, and that staff report back to General Committee with their findings. Questions? All in favor? That carries. Councillor Thompson.
Actually, I just wanted to make a comment with regards to that. I guess it still could be changed, but I agree with Councillor Armour with regards to the Selkirk designation. Remington, absolutely, no question about that. But I'm not so sold on Selkirk, along with Councillor Armour. So I don't know if that can be changed in the future as part of this resolution or not, but in any event, I'm not.
We're just exploring it. And as a matter of fact, I think it's clear that we want to explore the naming for all 4 diamonds, not just the consideration of those 2 names in our survey, right? Okay. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It's recommended that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public commencing now at 1:05 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters pertaining to the following sections of the Municipal Act. Section 239, the security of property of municipality or local board. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and solicitor-client privilege. All in favor? That carries. And we have to come back under closed session link.
It's okay. He'll
Okay. I'm guessing Councillor Thompson won't be back, so I'm going to read, moved by Councillor Withy, seconded by Councillor Stones, recommended that committee approve the hiring of a security risk consultant at a cost not to exceed $15,000 to undertake physical threat risk assessments at the town of Huntsville facilities and to prepare a security report with recommendations. And further, that the project be funded from the Chief Administrative Officer's 2021 consulting budget. All in favor? That carries. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor or Deputy Mayor Alcock and seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that a bylaw declaring town-owned property ID 356 pin 481280261 part lot 15 concession 6 listed as surplus to municipal needs, and that the property be sold to the abutting landowner as outlined in confidential report 2171. And further, that public notice be provided as per the provision of notice policy, and further that the mayor and clerk are authorized to execute all documents necessary to finalize the sale of said town-owned property. All in favor? That carries. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Thompson's name on a lot of these. It is recommended that the direction provided in closed session respecting confidential report 2021-63 be confirmed and acted upon. All in favor? That carries. And I have a resolution moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Withy. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 1:32 p.m. All in favor? That carries. Thanks for everybody for hanging around. It was a long one. See ya.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.